city where girls are so pretty. I first set me eyes on sweet Molly Malone as she wheeled her wheelbarrow through the streets broad and narrow, crying cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, crying cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, crying cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh. She was a fishmonger, but short was no wonder, for so were her father and mother before. And they each wheeled their barrow through the streets broad and narrow, crying cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, crying cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, crying cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh. She died of a fever. No one could save her, and that was the end of sweet Molly Malone. Now her ghost wheels her barrow through the streets broad and narrow, crying cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, crying cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, crying cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, crying cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, crying cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, crying cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, crying cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, crying cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, crying cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, crying cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, crying cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, crying cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, crying cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, crying cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, crying cockles and mussels, alive city where girls are so pretty. I first set me eyes on sweet Molly Malone as she wheeled her wheelbarrow through the streets broad and narrow, crying cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, crying cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, crying cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh.
Alright, guys. Let's go pull. Hello, Stepstar. Let's pull up Hello Kilowatt. Let's get this cast vote record open for thanks to well, he goes by the name Raccoon on X, but Lone Raccoon, I think that's Jeff O'Donnell. He gave me the cast vote record here on X. So I already have the cast vote records for Arapahoe and El Paso and Elbert County. So we want to see Mesa County. I've never been able to see it. Alive-o, alive, alive-o, tacos and mussels, alive, alive-o. Alive, alive-o. Fever and could save her. This is so beautiful. Oh my god. Her ghost keeps going.
a recipe.
Sing these notes to you, dear, alien light and love. One day away on wings we'll float on, ever up to above. I'll fly for you, my child, my son, sweet dreams to you, my only one. I'll fly for you, my child, my son, sweet dreams, my only one. Laura Lee, Laura Lee, lie low, lie low, lie lie. Laura Lee, Laura Lee, lie low, lie low, lie lie. Every eve I sing a song by your side in love and light. One day will we sing along, oh, never into the night. I will fly for you, my child, my son, sweet dreams to you, my only one. I'll fly for you, my child, my son, sweet dreams, my only one.
There's a lot of votes in this county.
Laura Lee, lie low, lie low, lie lie. Laura Lee, Laura Lee, lie low, lie low, lie lie. I'll fly for you, my child, my son, sweet dreams to you, my only one. I'll fly for you, my child, my son, sweet dreams, my only one.
This one is for Tina, Captain Bradfrey. Now that I finally have the data, I'm gonna know right away what happened here.
With your mother's mark, safe from harm and far from fate. Every chance I sing these notes to you, dear, alien light and love. One day away on wings we'll float on, ever up to above. I'll fly for you, my child, my son, sweet dreams to you, my only one. I'll fly for you, my child. I sing this song by your side in love and light. One day will we sing along, oh, never into the night. I will fly for you, my child, my son, sweet dreams to you, my only one. I'll fly for you, my child, my son, sweet dreams, my only.
How can there be a vote without a precinct in Mesa County? Like, what's this? Seriously, what the fuck? Oh my god, dude.
Many years ago, my mother sang a song to me in tones so sweet and low.
Just a simple little ditty in our good old Irish way, and I'd give the world if she would sing that song to me this day.
sweet and low, just a simple little ditty in her good old Irish way, and I'd give the world if she could sing that song to me.
How is that possible? Look at this. My God.
Now don't you cry. That's an Irish lullaby. Oft in dreams I wander to that cot again. I feel her arms a-hugging me as when she held me then, and I hear her voice a-humming to me as in days of yore, when she used to rock me fast asleep outside the cabin door. Tooraloo-la-loo-la, tooraloo-la-la, hush now, don't you cry. That's an Irish lullaby. That's an Irish lullaby.
and grace will lead us home, and grace will lead us home. Amazing grace, how Was blind, but now I see.
Why would this happen in a fair election? It's the same shit in fucking El Paso and Arapahoe. That shit doesn't happen in a fair election. No wonder Tina Peters backed this shit up. What the hell do they do? It's like they have two different elections.
privilege we have to sing praise to our great God. The music of
Glory,
worship is a soulful
glory,
expression
sing
of our
to
love
Jesus,
and gratefulness for what
He's
God
the
has done for us.
He's the
Music
throne.
of the heart has a unique color as well.
That's not what I wanted. My favorite organ. Ba-da-ba. He's a Santa. He's a throne. Hallelujah. Sing to Jesus. He's the scepter. He's the throne. Hallelujah. He's the triumph. He's the victory alone. Hark the songs of peaceful Zion thunder like a mighty flood. Jesus out of every nation hath redeemed us by His blood. Hallelujah, not as orphans are we left in sorrow now. Hallelujah, He is in us, faith believes, nor questions how. Oh, the cloud from sight received Him when the 40 days were o'er. Shall our hearts forget His promise? I am with you evermore. Hallelujah, bread of heaven, thou on earth our food dost say. Hallelujah, hear the sick complete to Thee from day to day. Intercessor, friend of sinners, earth's Redeemer, victory. Where the songs of old, the singers sweep across the crystal sea. Hallelujah, sing to Jesus. He's the scepter, He's the throne. Hallelujah, He's the triumph, He's the victory alone. Hark the songs of holy Zion thunder like How can this be? This is literally impossible what I'm reading right now. Oh my god, this is so rigged. What? In perfect synchrony? This is like the Nevada shit we just did for 2024 in the primaries. Wow, dude. I'm gonna have to make these lines a slightly different color so people can see the difference. I have to make this like transparent or something. You know what I mean? Oh my god. Yo. Let's look at the percentage of people voting no on this proposition. Wow, they really butchered this election, huh? Did I graph? No, it says Biden yes. So it's not like I'm graphing the wrong thing. Oh, okay. I can see the Biden no and Biden yes coming in at the same time with Biden. So, like, the issue is the Biden vote itself coming in disentangled. But what we need to do is see how the Trump no and Trump yes is coming in by percentage. So, let's do Trump only. And then we'll do Biden only. I mean, the election is so rigged as fuck, though. But the separation in these ballot timings is just due to the separation in Democrat and Republican ballots to begin with. Which is itself a big problem. At least they were consistent here. So they didn't touch the prop B over here. Okay. I'm gonna make some coffee. I don't understand why there's so many in-person election day votes. As small as the election day vote is, why is there mail-in votes being counted in between the election day vote? You know what I mean? Like, why aren't all the in-person ballots being counted at the same fucking time? Look at that, man. What the hell? Anyway, that being said, you still have this crazy Biden thing going on, but when it comes to the percentage of Trump voters and Biden voters independently voting no on Proposition B, that is not changing with time. So that's a good thing. But now I just want to see Trump and Biden's percentage of the vote then. So then, like, if we just looked at the presidential race only, right? Like, what would happen? You know what I mean? Prez only. Like, there's no way I'm going to get a flat line, right? Based on those ballot timings? I just don't see that happening. What are you talking about? Come on, man. The fuck do you think I mean? Yeah, like, look at, like, why would, yeah, this is the same shit. So, like, this is what I mean, like, these are all supposed to be flat lines. Like, so, like, in a fair election, this shit's supposed to be a flat line. But that's not what you get, okay? In the presidential race, you get this crazy ascending line, okay? And you see this in Maricopa, you see this in Nevada, you see this in all the battleground states. You see this shit. So it's like, why is this happening? See these flat lines? This is what we expect in a fair election. This is how people voted on Proposition B. But for some reason, if you go to the presidential race, the time at which somebody's ballot is counted is affecting the probability of them voting for Trump or Biden. Now, if we were to do a moving average on this, okay, and just show what that looks like, which we are going to do in a moment. Let's keep that here. So I'm going to go over here. I'm just going to copy and paste over these charts. They take up too much memory to keep rendering hundreds of thousands of data points. So just bear with me for a moment here. Well, let me put this here. Presidential only. This is percentage of ballots cast for Trump. Okay, that's all this was. This is the simplest of the charts, actually. Okay. So now, over here, so for the order of the charts from least to most complicated, okay? This is saying, the middle chart says the percentage of the ballots either for Trump only or Biden only that are voting no on Proposition B. Okay, flat lines. And then this is the timing of the ballots. It's, if you take all the Trump and Biden ballots and then divide them into yes and no votes on Proposition B, at what rate relatively are they being counted in the election? Okay? So there's something really wrong with this picture and this picture, but there's technically nothing wrong with the picture in the middle. The picture in the middle is what I expect to see in a fair election. I expect to see a flat line. Okay? Alright, I'll be right back. I'm going to make coffee. Let's kill some noobs for a minute while I think about this. I just gotta think, because I want to write something here for Jeff O'Donnell real quick. But I want it to be like a short, like 1 or 2 page paper. Because Jeff O'Donnell will understand what he's seeing. It's based on his work, which is based on Draws's work, which ironically is based on my work from Maricopa. That all of this is happening. So I don't really have to explain in depth to Raccoon exactly what's happening. You know what I mean? I only need like a couple of pages. So I'm just going to kill some noobs real quick, and then we'll write up a 2-page paper for Jeff O'Donnell. And then whatever he wants to do with that, he can do with it. I don't know what to say. It's just the same shit again. So it is what it is. Oh, man. It is what it is. She wheeled her wheelbarrow. That was a very significant song at a time without refrigeration, yes. Imagine. When was the refrigerator invented? Let me see something. Oh my god. Like when was it like mass, like used in mass, like 1927? Could you fucking imagine? Icebox. Wow. Can you imagine? Crazy what people used to do, right? Absolutely crazy. The ice industry. Can you fucking imagine? Ice harvesting. Just when you think you knew everything about the history of the world, you learn you don't know shit about it. It makes you wonder how many other crazy things people used to do back in the day.
You have not enough minerals. 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 You must construct it. Construct additional pylons. allies are in battle. Your allies are in battle. Your allies are in battle. You have not enough minerals. Your allies are in battle. You have not enough minerals. Your allies are in battle. You have not enough minerals. Your allies are in battle. You have not enough minerals. Your allies are in battle. Your allies are in battle. You have not. Your allies are in battle. Your allied base is besieged. Not enough energy. Your allies, you have not enough minerals. You have not. Your allies are in battle. You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals.
This door shut.
Shazul. Your allies are in battle. Research, you have not enough minerals. Teleport successful. You have not enough minerals. Your allies are in battle. Your allies are in battle. Engaging the enemy. Now I stalk through the stars.
I'm here in the shadows.
Your allies' base is besieged. Your allies are in battle. Zerafek, cry on.
I'm here in the shadows.
Your allies are in battle. The skies await. Anan Porkal. I am eager to strike.
Let our enemies know our fury.
I like Fort Iron. Your allies are in battle. I stalk through the... You must construct a... I like Fort Iron. You must construct additional...
Consciousness.
Your ally must construct additional pylons. Upgrade complete. Time for battle. Engage your allies are in battle. Research complete.
We begin anew. Speak the earth. It presiding your command.
Are in battle. You must construct additional. Research complete. My life for hire.
Presiding. Speak and be heard.
We embrace the glory of battle.
With honor.
You must construct additional pylons. Your allies are in battle.
Ancient glory, we begin anew.
We are cold.
Speak and be presiding. So will ancient glory.
Your allies are in battle. Your allies are in battle. Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted.
So be it.
Your allies are in battle.
Eternal. Speak and be.
You require.
We begin.
I am the. Your allies are in battle.
I live.
You must construct additional pylons.
I am here.
Your allies are in battle. You must construct additional. Your allies are in battle.
I am the voice.
Your allies are in battle. You must construct additional pylons. Your allies are in battle. Mineral field depleted. We embrace the glory of battle. Your allies are in battle. Base is under attack. Your posts are under attack. Your allies are in battle. You must place that in a power field. Not I like
Consciousness awakening. Our foes surround us.
Your allies are in battle. You must place that in a power field.
I am here.
Your allies are in battle. Besieged. Mineral field depleted. Your allies are in battle. Mineral field depleted. Your allies are in battle.
Consciousness awakened. Speak.
Your allies are in battle. Depleted. Your allies are in battle. You must place that in a power field. Your allies are in battle.
Vertically.
Mineral field depleted.
Dara Dekasar. Ancient glory, your demand.
Mineral. Your allies' base is deceived. Our pylon is under attack. Your allies' base. Mineral field depleted. Your allies Our pylon is under attack. Your allies are in battle.
Be as you require.
Our pylon is under attack. More Vespine gas. Your allies' base is besieged. Upgrade complete.
State thy bidding.
My meditation is over.
I am the voice of the eclipse.
Your allies are in battle. We embrace the your allies are in battle. Mineral field. I return to serve. Your allies' base is besieged. Your allies are under attack. You have not enough minerals. I am here. Your allies are in battle. Your allies' base. Your allies are in battle. Your allies' base is besieged. Our Primaries is under attack. Your allies' base is besieged. Your allies are in battle. Let our enemy know Your allies are in battle. Your allies are in battle. Your allies' base is besieged. Very well. I am here in the shadows. Your allies are in battle. Mineral field depleted. Your allies are in battle. I am the voice. Your allies' base is besieged. Mineral field depleted. Your allies are in battle. Your allies' base is besieged. Your allies are in battle. I am the voice. Your allies' base is besieged. Mineral fields are in battle. I am here. Your allies' base is besieged. Your allies are in battle. Your allies' base is besieged. Your allies are in battle. Your allies' base is besieged. Your allies are in battle.
I don't know. I had two allies that were AFK the whole game. So, I don't know. I couldn't play any harder. I couldn't get up to Storms. Storms wouldn't have done anything against Ultralisks and Mech. I don't know. It's just people don't know how to play the game. Nothing you can do there. Just too chaotic. Alright, so what do we write? What do we write for Raccoon here? Let's do make a copy. Short paper for Raccoon. On El Paso, Arapahoe, and Mesa counties. Yeah, alright. I'll be right back. I gotta think what we're gonna write. Captain Bradford, I'm gonna call you real quick if you're there. All right, let's put on some Timcast.
I'm Ross Salino. Choose a law firm carefully. If 6 different firms handled your case, it would likely result in 6 different outcomes. That's just how it works. The compensation you receive really depends on the lawyer you hire and the reputation of the firm. Quite simply, the best lawyers typically get the best results. So choose wisely. Choose Salino. It may be the most important decision you ever make.
Car crash? Call Salino.
Manhattan, Long Island.
Your weekend just got better with 2 incredible Macy's summer savings events going on right now. We're kicking it off with back-to-school deals like 30% off Levi's and 25% off Nike, Adidas, Under Armour, and more. Plus, our home sale continues with deals like 60% off bedding from Charter Club. Or use your coupon or Macy's card and take an extra 15% off throughout the store. Don't miss these incredible events at Macy's. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
It's the tip of the spear in the epic battle to defend the United States of America. The National Security Hour exposes the wolves in sheep's clothing and their nefarious plots to undermine and destroy U.S. national security.
Welcome back to the National Security Hour on the America Out Loud Talk Radio Network on iHeartRadio, the voice of freedom, the out loud truth, where you come to hear military and intel experts, Monday to Friday, 8 p.m. America Out Loud Talk Radio plays on the iHeartRadio Network. You can also hear us and listen to us on our media player from any web browser anywhere in the world. We have the best in class apps. That's on Apple, Android, Alexa, AAA. We stream 24/7, and now you can also hear them on the podcast on the same apps. All of our shows go to podcast typically 1 to 2 days after the broadcast is heard live on Talk Radio, and you can hear them on Spotify, Stitcher, Pandora, iHeart Podcast, and many, many more. They're on every platform, so no matter where you are around the globe, in America, whatever you like, whatever is your choice, you can find us. Be sure to subscribe and rate the show on Apple Podcasts for us. Be sure to make AmericaOutloud.news your daily stop for the latest news and happenings. Why you want to do that? Because there's so many articles, so many videos, so many hosts, so many shows. I mean, this is a one-stop deal. Just try it in the morning, try it in the afternoon, and once at night and see how you like it. We all must do our part, share the stories, the articles, the videos, so we can help secure America's future. You know, this is really free speech. You're not going to get this anywhere else. So, I mean, we don't edit, we don't cut people. This is a very, very open discourse network. You're not going to get it anywhere else, okay? They talk about it, but they never do it. All right, so let's start it up. With liberty and justice for all, we're going to go right to it. Today, we're on with General McInerney. We're on with Mary Fanning, the executive producer. My co-host, Dr. Michael Scheuer, and a guest that's going to be very special for you to listen to and pay attention. Maybe you want to take notes. We want to introduce Edward Solomon. So let me take this and turn it over to General McInerney. He'll do the intro, and then we'll go from there.
Well, Colonel Mike, I want Mary to do the intro because she's got this great guest.
Okay, go ahead.
So to my co-host, Dr. Mike, Colonel Mike, General McInerney, Edward Solomon is someone we have been working with for a very long time. In fact, since before I did the Absolute series. And we were looking at how the 2020 election was stolen. We came to know Edward Solomon, a true genius. In fact, Edward Solomon presented some of this information at the mathematics conference on quantum physics, was translated into financial numbers before these mathematicians. They stood and gave him a standing ovation. Today, we're going to bring this to the American people on the National Security Hour. We're going to show how an algorithmic unit was used to steal the election. Edward Solomon has figured this out. So the algorithms, with an anomaly that only a physicist would recognize, was found. Edward's going to share this with us. This is Quaternion Network, It's also Brownian motion. We're going to learn things and bring this to you to understand how the election was stolen. And Edward is going to explain that to us, as well as tell us how Carrie Lake's election was proven that was a theft, as well as other places. Edward Solomon, we are honored to bring you to the American people. You are a true patriot. And let me just, because the mainstream media, they love to say that, oh, Edward's a felon. Well, that's kind of a funny story on some level, that the judge had understanding for this, and the mainstream media tries to dirty him up with that. The mathematics conference and others understood
that shouldn't upset anybody. We have people in the Pentagon that are felons. We have people in Congress that are felons. I'm serious,
in the White
Mary.
House.
Yeah, White House. We have people who are wife abusers that are in the Pentagon. And Ed, it's okay with us. As long as you take it down to the lowest common denominator, for me, I'll understand anything, because I ain't no quantum physics guy. You know what I'm talking about? And I'm sure a lot of our guests are going to have to hear this on a level that they can understand. A lot of our listeners, I'm sorry, not our guests, our listeners, okay, around the globe, because this is around the globe, okay? And a lot of morons in America who just don't get it yet. They say election denier and all that. We know what happened, so we're depending on you to get it across today. Thank you.
So, Edward, you have the floor. Teach us, please.
All right, just one correction.
Edward, before you talk, this is General McInerney. I'd like to just say something about why it's so important what you have to offer. We're talking about the 2020 election that Edward discovered the algorithms that they've used and to steal the election. The reason the 2020 election is so important, because they're going to do that in 98 days from now on November 5th. They're going to steal the election again, or at least try. And our knowledge, and the knowledge you're going to get by listening to Edward, is extremely important to counter this. And that's why we have gone through such elaborate measures to learn all about this. We've written a book, Beyond Treason, etc., that discusses it, shows the number of votes that were stolen from President Trump and given to President Biden. So, Edward, go ahead now with the very important information that you have
And General,
discovered.
I'll add one more thing. They're not just stealing the election, they're stealing the country. If the next election is stolen, who knows where this goes to? Thank you.
That's correct, Mary. Okay, Ed, you got it.
All right, just only one correction to the introduction. It was the joint mathematics meeting in 2023 in Boston that I went to. That's all I wanted to say. Otherwise, mainstream media will try and discredit the whole thing, Mary, because you got you misplaced an abbreviation somewhere. Okay,
no worries.
That being said, before we even start talking about how they rig the elections, whatever, I just want to say what I think we should do about it, or at least what you can do about it, and that's vote. And you might think that's strange. Well, why would you want to vote in an election that you know is rigged in every way that you could possibly imagine? And the answer is because you have to force them to cheat. If you don't get out and vote, you won't force them to cheat. And if you don't force them to cheat, we can't do anything about it through the legal system. This is the most important election. And I'm not saying this to exaggerate. I believe this is truly the most important election, not just in our lifetimes, but in the history of the entire United States. You have to get out and vote. At least force them to cheat on a scale never before seen. Now, what brings me here today in particular, and it's what happened in Nevada 3 weeks ago or 2 weeks ago, depending on how you want to look at it. And I went before the county commissioners with Robert Beatles, and they found the election to be an error. They voted not to certify the election in Washoe County. And it's because nobody could possibly vote to certify this election in good conscience when you have equations that are actually quite simple to understand at a macroscopic level. You don't need a math degree to understand these equations. And they said, well, we're not going to certify this election. Plus, there were other problems wrong with the election, like the voter rolls, which is not something that I deal with personally. And then the Secretary of State and the Attorney General of Nevada, they came out and said, to the county commissioners, you will reconvene, and they made them reconvene on the day of the Republican National Convention, the first day of it, so that in order to suck all the oxygen out of the news story. And they said, you will reconvene and you will certify this election, or you will go to prison on felony charges. You will be impeached and removed from office. Okay, so they were forced to certify that election at gunpoint. Now, the DA had told them the week before that they could vote their conscience, and they voted no, not to certify this election. But then, I don't know, the Secretary of State and AG, they just come out guns blazing. And to me, this is it's the canary in the coal mine. So we played their game. The courts played hot potato with it. Everybody was bouncing it around in the legal system of Nevada for about 4 years. We finally beat them at their own game. And the county commissioners don't certify. And then they just come out like the most, it made it look like a banana republic. And they just said, certify or else. And to me, that's you don't need any math equations to prove that part, because I don't even think we're talking about election fraud anymore. I think we're talking about election coercion. It's even in Nevada state law, it defines what coercion is. It's to force somebody to do something that they have the right to do, not to do, or to abstain from doing. Before I go on, does anybody want to say something?
No, sir. Continue.
Mike, do you have a question? Mike, anybody have a question?
No questions. I'm just listening on.
Okay, continue, sir. Continue. Go ahead.
So the equations that I presented to the county commissioners for the last 4 years, including the county manager Brown, he's seen them at least twice in a meeting with me and Beatles. And by the way, I don't think any of these people are bad people. I think they're just as you can see, they're coerced. They're under the barrel of a gun. I think most of the people in the registrar of voters are also under the barrel of a gun. I don't think many people would rig these elections of their own free will. They don't have any invested interest in it. Okay. But anyway, that being said, the equations I put before them are what I call the speed of sound version. And in order for you to understand what I even mean by that, I have to give you what's called the speed of sound analogy. So, if you had an iron bar and you hit one end of it with a hammer, and you wanted to know how long does it take for the other side of the iron bar to move, there's two ways that you can make that calculation. You can do it the way that nobody can actually do it. You can build a supercomputer larger than the universe, calculate every quantum wave state of every elementary particle in the iron bar and in the hammer striking it. Or you can just find out what the speed of sound is in solid iron and divide or multiply that by the length of the bar, and you'll get your answer. Maybe it'll take 0.02 microseconds for the other side of the bar to move. Obviously, the second way is easier. In fact, it's the only way that's even practical or possible to even do. You can't do it the first way. There's no computer strong enough or will ever be strong enough to make that calculation. So what happens with the speed of sound is that all the quantum noise at the subatomic level, it all cancels out at a macroscopic scale, at a collective scale. And it produces a very stable result known as the speed of sound in iron. So the version of the equations that I give for the to the county commissioners and to the courts, we've been in court twice. In fact, before we do that, let me tell you what happened in 2022 in Gilbert versus Lombardo. We actually got the court to agree that there was nothing wrong with the math I was presenting in part one of the case. Part one was showing that there was a manifold or an equation being applied to all of the precincts in the county. What the court said, though, and this is in their own words, let's assume, Mr. Solomon, for the sake of the argument, that the math is correct and that there is indeed an equation over all these precincts altering the vote totals. You still cannot show how much damage this equation did to the original election. And under Nevada state law, one must not also show that fraud has occurred, but they must also show how much damage that fraud has done to the election and if it was sufficient to overturn the result of the election. Well, I could prove the first part, that there were equations rigging the precincts, but I couldn't prove the second part, which is how many votes it was stolen. And because of that, he goes, Mr. Gilbert, Mr. Beatles, your case is dismissed. Anybody want to say something to that real quick?
No, we understand what took place there and that they were threatened if they didn't go along.
No. What happened, Mary? I was talking about the court case from 2022, where the judge said, he actually said, even if this is true, with an equation rigging all the precincts across the county, if you can't show how, if it overturned the result of the election, you still don't have a case. So what the judge did was effectively decriminalize.
Well, did he have an expert in the court when he asked that question?
Yes, he did.
Okay.
And he ignored his own expert.
I don't know if we have it in chat, but I can actually give you that whole video from the court.
But it's not, it's one of those things these days, Ed, that's amazing but not surprising.
I know I thought it was incredibly sick. So because what the judge did there, I dropped it in chat if you want to put that out on X or something.
Thank you.
He decriminalized the use of equations to rig elections because nobody can prove how much damage they do.
What court was that? What state? Where was that?
That was Nevada. I'm looking for.
It's probably a Democratic appointed judge, naturally.
I think it was Judge Wilson. I can take a look. Judge Wilson. Gilbert versus Lombardo.
We should ask him if he knows what the definition of woman is. Maybe we'll figure it out a little bit better. You know?
Carson City District Court Judge Joey Gilbert ordered to pay 161. So it might be Wilson, but we have all the documents for this in the courtroom. I just don't have the name of the judge, but it's in the video. James Wilson.
Ed,
yes, it is. District Judge Court James Wilson.
Ed, why can't you determine the number of votes that were shifted?
Okay, so you can tell with 90 to 95% confidence how many votes were shifted. And these are megalomaniac numbers. We're talking 120, 130,000 votes, okay? Minimum. The thing is that it's not 100% confidence. It's not something you can testify under oath and say.
Ed, hold that thought. Hold that thought. We're coming down to a commercial break. And on the other side, we're going to continue this conversation. You're on the America Out Loud Talk Radio Network, on iHeartRadio, the National Security Hour. We'll be back on the other side.
Is your gut a mess? 2/3 of Americans suffer because of gastrointestinal issues, and I was one of them. That is why we created a 3-step, doctor-formulated, completely natural gut reboot system that you can do at home in just minutes a day. Go to chemicalfreebody.com/outloud today. Get the Malcolm Healthy Gut Bundle, reboot your gut and your energy, and save 20% on your first order.
Trouble getting to sleep and staying asleep is infuriating. Your mind races, you toss and turn. Nutrition company Healthy Cell created REM sleep to help you quickly fall asleep, stay asleep, and sleep deep. Unlike other supplements that don't work, REM sleep is not a pill. It's a gel you swallow with ultra-absorption of science-backed ingredients supporting all 4 stages of sleep. Go to healthycell.com and use code OUTLOUD for 25% off your first order. Risk-free. Love it or your money back. Guaranteed. Healthycell.com. Code OUTLOUD.
I'm Dr. James Bragman. Do you suffer from allergies, sinus problems, or just seem to be getting sick more often? You're not alone. Many of my patients are finding relief with Cofix RX nasal spray. I've relied on the sanitizing power of povidone iodine for years. Cofix RX has harnessed that power to help cleanse germs, allergens, and viruses in your nasal cavity. You brush your teeth and wash your hands daily. Stay healthy by using Cofix RX to wash and cleanse your nose daily. Get Cofix RX today. Go to America Out Loud Shop and click on the Cofix RX banner, or type in cofixrx.com/outloud. Buy now and receive a 20% discount with a 30-day money-back guarantee.
Welcome back to the National Security Hour. On segment 2, we have the national security experts with us, General McInerney, Mary Fanning, executive producer, my co-host, Dr. Mike, and our special guest today, Ed Solomon. Ed Solomon is what I would qualify or quantify as a genius kind of guy in this election. And what we're talking about is very, very important, because we're talking about 2020. We're talking about what's coming up for 2024. And you don't want to miss it. We're going to put a little bit of footnotes in there. You can go to some websites. So, Ed, real quick, before we continue where we left off, just tell us your background.
All right. Well, other than the convicted felon, I was first clarinetist for about 6 years, from the USAN camp to All-State New York, even in Stony Brook a couple of years. Also, concert pianist during that time as well. There's on my YouTube channel. There's a lot of organ compositions. The organ was actually my main instrument.
No, but your educational background. I'm not talking about your social thing. And what's your educational background?
Oh, my educational
If you're Billy Joel, that's fine. I got no problem with that, but let's go.
It got cut off because of my felony conviction. So I only got about 2.5, 3 years into Stony Brook University.
So where did you learn all these things about quantum physics and quantum? Where did you learn all that? At Stony Brook?
I was learning that on my own when I was a child.
Wow.
So like, for instance, in 7th grade or 8th grade, the math teacher told us that there was no way to solve the circumference of an ellipse. So like 2 pi r, right, is the circumference of a circle, and pi r squared is the area of a circle. And pi AB is the area of an ellipse. The A and B are the major and minor lengths of the, or axes of the ellipse. But he said there was no equation for the circumference of an ellipse. He said that in 8th grade. And I thought that was blasphemy. Okay, what do you mean there's no equation? Turned out that's just actually true. There is no exact equation for it. But I didn't believe that at the time. I was only in 8th grade. And I didn't know that I had a permanent marker. And I filled up every blackboard and whiteboard in the math wing down the whole hallway over the course of about 12 to 13 hours after school, trying to solve the circumference of an ellipse, not knowing I had a permanent marker for a lot of it.
Wow.
And,
so that is really, so you're a really gifted guy. I mean, that's exceptional. All right, let's continue.
Oh, I determined they were right. There was no equation.
So let's continue with General McInerney's question. So, ladies and gentlemen, so you understand.
Guys, I'll be right back. I gotta
here.
take care of Grandma for a moment. I'll be right back. Gas station as well. So I'll be back in like a little more than 15 minutes. All right, let's put this back on.
What I'm trying to figure out what he's talking about a little bit, but I understand what he's saying in the respect that if you can do what he's saying you could do, you could steal an election. So let's continue.
All right, so the original question, the question I was asking before we went to break was, why can't you determine the number of votes stolen? Okay. And that's because the way in which they steal these elections, it doesn't just automatically tell you what the original vote total was. And the analogy I like to give people for this is the Christmas and Halloween card decks. Okay. So, you have two decks of cards. One is Christmas themed and the other is Halloween themed. And you take the two decks and you shuffle both of them independently. And then you take one card from the Christmas deck and one card from the Halloween deck and you glue them together. So now you'll have one card. And you do that for all the cards in the deck. Then, so that's your algorithm for rigging the election. Okay, so the Christmas side is the original election. The Halloween side is the rigged election. Now you show me the Halloween side of the card, and it says the 7 of spades. You say, Ed, can you tell me what's on the Christmas side? Of course not. So the judge was, and I know what he was trying to do, and the defense, they were trying to entrap us into either lying or into speculation, one or the other, which would have had our case completely thrown out. So there are some things that you can't testify under oath to, and one of those would be the number of votes stolen in the election. Exactly. Can I tell you with 90 to 95% confidence based on simulations? Absolutely. But I can't testify under oath to an exact number that was used to steal the election. Okay? Except in very rare circumstances. You have to remember, the only thing I have in front of me is a spreadsheet of vote totals for precincts, or at most a cast vote record. I don't have the legal authority to interrogate people in the election process. I can't tell you who, what, when, where, why, and how. Well, I can tell you what. I can tell you what happened. I can't tell you who did it. I can't tell you why they did it. I can't tell you where they did it. I can't even tell you when they did it. I can only tell you what they did and how they did it. So, when they ask me these questions, they're trying to actually torpedo our case, because if we answer them and say, oh, yes, Your Honor, I know exactly 120,000 votes were stolen, well, then that's when all the experts on the enemy side are going to jump on top of you and the case is going to get thrown out.
So, Ed, tell us a little bit about how you discovered the algorithm with the anomaly in it and what that means to you.
Well, ironically, the first discovery was by, I think it was divine intervention, but we'll just say an accident for right now. And in my spreadsheet for Nevada, I had put Biden's mail-in vote and Biden's election day vote. So if you have the columns A, B, C, and D in a spreadsheet for the precincts, A was supposed to be Trump's early vote, B was Biden's early vote, C was Trump's mail-in vote, and D was Biden's mail-in vote. But I didn't realize that I put Biden's mail-in vote where Biden's early vote was supposed to be, and vice versa. So I had put them in the wrong column. So I was analyzing the election, not knowing that Biden's early vote was swapped with Biden's mail-in vote. And I found this insane equation with an R squared of 9999, meaning it's an exactitude for all intensive purposes, that tells me all the candidates' vote totals with less information than what's required in a fair election to know these things. And then I tried to replicate my own result. I thought it was so mind-boggling. I said, nobody could be stupid. And I make a fresh spreadsheet where I didn't swap the columns, but I wasn't aware yet of what happened in the original spreadsheet. And I couldn't replicate my own result. I said, this is so weird. So I pull out a handheld calculator, and I start looking at the numbers. And that's when I realized that Biden's mail-in vote and early vote were in different columns. And I almost deleted the first spreadsheet. I was like, oh, I screwed up. This is garbage. And just before I deleted that spreadsheet, it was like the voice of God just filled my entire being. He said, Ed, don't you dare delete that. You just found how they rigged the election. Don't you dare. I'm like, what? I just sat there and thought about it. And I went, oh, instead of using labels like Trump this, Biden this, mail-in this, early that, just think of it as A, B, C, and D. So instead of rigging A and B against C and D, which would be Biden and Trump's early vote against Biden and Trump's mail-in vote, they rigged A and D versus B and C, which is Trump's early vote and Biden's mail-in vote against Trump's mail-in vote and Biden's early vote. Oh, so they are that stupid. They really did do this, right? So what is this equation? I'm going to give the audience, it's like I would need to have all kinds of materials in front of me for the audience to see the more advanced versions of these, like where I'm going to do the speed of sound version. And what it comes down to is, if you tell me the total ballots cast, in this case, the election day vote is done on the formula. So total ballots cast is total early and mail-in. And this is for Clark and Washoe counties, all 1,286 precincts in 2 counties on opposite sides of the state of Nevada. Tell me the total mail-in and early vote for Trump and Biden combined. Then tell me only Trump's early vote. Then I can tell you Biden's mail-in vote with the following formula. Okay? So for clarification, A is Trump's early vote, B is Biden's early vote, C is Trump's mail-in vote, D is Biden's mail-in vote. T is the sum of A, B, C, and D. And this is for any particular precinct. And it says that Biden's mail-in vote, D, is equal to 0.634 times T minus A. And all 1,286 precincts in 2 counties on opposite sides of the state of Nevada. So what does that say? Biden's mail-in vote is equal to 63.4% times the total ballots cast minus Trump's early vote, and all 1,286 precincts in 2 counties on opposite sides of the state of Nevada with an R squared of 992. R squareds in layman terms are accuracy. So we'll say about 99.2% accuracy. And now, this is where, even with the speed of sound version, people with PhDs will start to question me. They'll go, well, maybe high correlations between vote totals at the same precinct aren't unusual. And what we'll do is I'll go into the historical record and show that, on average, you only get between 85% and 95% accuracy. So getting 99.1% accuracy is something else, okay? And remember, this is the speed of sound version. There's actually an equation that will give you 99.99% accuracy, okay? So, and the way I show this is using the very same election. And I go, can Biden's, can Trump's mail-in vote, Trump's early vote. Can Trump's early vote predict Trump's own mail-in vote? And the best equation you get for that is -7 plus 12% times total plus 32% times Trump's early vote. And that only gives you an accuracy of 88.6%. So Trump's early vote can predict Trump's mail-in vote across the precincts. Okay, can Biden's early vote predict Biden's mail-in vote across the precincts in 2020? And once again, the answer is no. You only get 91% accuracy. But for some reason, Trump's early vote, which is something that happened at the beginning of election month, because we don't have election day anymore, as the Constitution says, Trump's early vote, which happened at the beginning of election month, can somehow predict Biden's mail-in vote, which is completed at the end of election month, with 99.1% accuracy. And all 1,286 precincts in 2 counties on opposite sides of the state of Nevada. Anybody want to say something?
Yeah, so does this mean that the early and the mail-in vote is what is being flipped and what is stealing the election? What is the downstream of this?
Okay, so the way this formula works inherently is that it means two things. That one, the total amount of ballots cast at a precinct in the early and mail-in must have been predetermined upon the reading of Trump's early vote. So what
That's
they
where
did,
the cheat takes place?
yes. So what they're doing here is they're saying that according to the formula itself, okay, it says that 63.4% of all ballots cast in a precinct will belong to either Trump in the early vote or Biden in the mail-in vote.
So let me ask you a question. I have a question, Ed. Who do they have on their side to put this together? There had to be somebody to put this together in order to put this into a machine with algorithms, no?
Well, the speed of sound version, you wouldn't need anybody that smart to do this, okay?
Really?
But the actual equation they use to rig the election one has to do with manifolds and angles of rotation and scaling, which involves quaternions, okay? Those are things that are only seen in particle physics or in the most advanced and modern camera technology right now called dual quaternionic manifolds, if you Google that. And the only entity that can wield these objects in real time during an election across that many data points and produce manifolds is known as a hyper-complex valued neural network, or an AI that uses such things.
So do you think right now, coming up with this election, there's a lot to be said about, for AI. Do you think that they're going to be doing all kinds of stuff with AI and with this quantum physics and all the things you're speaking about today?
Based on what I'm seeing in 2024, right now, looking at
Colonel
the
Mike,
2024...
let's get back to that quaternion network.
Oh, okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
If the algorithm has an anomaly and it goes to the quaternion network, and only a physicist would have understood that anomaly. Thank you. So how does he work into this?
Somebody has to arrest him and force him to rat under oath. I say full amnesty for a full confession at this point. I just want the answers.
So only a physicist could have created the algorithm that has the quaternion network as an anomaly. That's only understood by a physicist. Is that my understanding?
Only I don't know anybody other than physicists or people who do work with the most modern camera technology that would be knowledgeable of quaternions in this matter. Now, of course, you do have your everyday programmers. For instance, quaternions are used in your cell phone to make the screen rotate and stuff for you, when you flip your phone around physically. But that's not the same type of usage of the quaternions as I'm seeing in these elections, okay? So these are called vector manifolds. So a vector is a number that just doesn't have a value or a magnitude. It's something that also has a direction, okay? So to give you an example and how they would rig two elections at the same time, okay, with a lesser version of the quaternions, they're just called the regular complex numbers, okay? Well, let's say they want Biden and Nancy Pelosi to win in the presidential race and the House of Representatives race in California. And they want them to have roughly the same share of the vote at the end of the election. Well, they're going to point this vector at 45 degrees, the line y equals x, because that means that Biden's percentage and Nancy Pelosi's percentage are relatively equal at any particular precinct. Now, let's say they wanted to get rid of Nancy Pelosi for some reason. But they still want Biden to win. So what they're going to do is they're going to turn this vector at 30 degrees. So now Biden, when he gets, 80% of the vote, Nancy Pelosi's only getting 55% of the vote. Or if Biden got 60% of the vote, she only gets 40% of the vote. Okay. So these are numbers with direction. It's not two different entities, Biden and Nancy Pelosi, acting independently. It's one entity with one magnitude and one direction. And that's a number with direction that's called a vector. And now, if you want to rig 4 elections at the same time, you need 4 dimensions, and you're going to point this vector with different angles in a 4-dimensional space, and that's called a quaternion. So we see that in 2022 with Governor Lombardo, who's a Republican, who stole his election from Joey Gilbert. And he won as a Republican governor, but a Democrat Secretary of State, Attorney General, and Treasurer also won statewide. So how do you get a Republican governor to win, but Democrats to win in all the other key positions? Well, you have to use a quaternion. And you have to orient Lombardo's totals at an angle in this 4-dimension. We'll just go with 2 dimensions to keep it easy. So let's just take the Attorney General there. Okay.
Okay, we're going to have to come up on this break, Ed. Hold that thought. We got to come up on this break. We have to go to a commercial break and visit the sponsors. We'll see you on the other side for the final segment with Ed Solomon. This is really, really interesting.
Many voices, one freedom, united in the First Amendment. Our goal is to herald the voice of genuine liberty at AmericaOutloud.news, a place where you'll find the naked truth expressed with a patriotic heart. Now is our time, my fellow Americans. America Out Loud Talk Radio. Liberty and justice for all.
Worried about spike protein? Dr. Peter McCullough and the Wellness Company may have a solution. Get the incredible American-made, GMO-free spike formula from the Wellness Company. Go to twc.health and use promo code OUTLOUD for an exclusive discount.
I'll be right back. I think we can go off of this PowerPoint for Raccoon. So I made this for the Joe Altman show about 1.5 years ago. I'm thinking we can just add a couple of slides here. Like I think like we already have everything that we need. You know what I mean? We're going to get rid of the speculation here. We're just going to go with this. So what we're going to do is just add a Mesa County slide here. I don't really see any... I think I want to add this here. And then, like, I don't really see, like, much else to add. So I think we're going to go with this slideshow and just add the Mesa County data to it. That's my idea. All right, I'll be right back in a few seconds, guys. So if people want the link to that slideshow, we're going to update this, okay? I don't see a reason to write... I'm just going to put trash on this. I don't see a reason to write a whole paper for this. Because, like, we already have what we need here. So that's the slideshow link. All right, I'll be right back. Let's kill a few more noobs while I think about this. Because I just want to put, like, maybe 2 more slides with Mesa County. And then maybe put a couple of links to the Colorado paper that I had written, even though it's not done. The instant Y percentage function. Do we have the derivation of that up here? Please, God. Yes, good. We have the proof of that right here. Somewhere. It's got to be up here somewhere. Or not. Oh, here it is. Okay, here I see QED. Okay. Okay, we'll run this through ChatGDP too, just to make, like, I know it works, but I just want to. Right, we're using the zeta form of the weighted function. Okay, very good. Okay. So we do have that on record. I don't have to derive that shit again. Thank God. Thank God. While we're waiting for this, let's get ChatGDP fired up. I just want to write about tesserines, man. I hate writing about elections. That's why I want to keep this as short as, like, tomorrow I'm going back to fucking, oh no, I have to do a little more on Clark County for beetles, and after that, dude, I just want to write about tesserines and quaternions. I don't want to write about elections for a while. Like, I hate this shit. I really do. Just get rid of that. We'll do this, actually, let's do this in a new chat. Oh, this is a shit map. Especially in my starting position. First thing I need to know is what the fuck their races are, man. This is a fucked up map, dude.
You have not enough minerals. You must construct additional pylons. Base is under attack.
That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do a Dark Templar rush.
Your allies' base is besieged. Your allies are in battle. You must Your allies are in battle. Your allies are in battle. Your allies are in battle. Your allies are in battle.
The firstborn shall persevere.
Your allies are in battle. Your allies are in battle.
The firstborn shall persevere. We are of one mind. Wars alive.
Nuclear launch detected. Nuclear launch detected. Research complete. You require more Vespine gas.
From the shadows I come.
detected.
From the shadows. The darkness lie.
Research complete. Your allies' base is besieged. You require more Vespene gas.
From the shadows.
I have met the enemy.
My life for hire. My meditation is over. Battle is upon us.
Your allies are in battle.
My life for hire. We embrace the glory of battle. Ula Sadari. I will battle is upon us. Right. Nasbiru, we embrace by my glory of battle. Battle is upon us. We stand as one.
Your allies are require more Vespene gas. Your allies are in battle.
Battle is upon us. The darkness lies. You seek our service.
Your allies are in battle.
My life for hire.
We have not enough minerals.
Glory of battle.
Your allies are in battle.
Battle is upon us.
Mineral field depleted. Your allies are in battle. Your allies are in battle. Mineral field depleted. Your allies are in battle. 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 Nuclear launch detected. Your allies are in battle. enough minerals. You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals. You must construct addition. Not enough energy. Your probes are under attack. You must construct. You must construct additional pylons. You require more Vespine gas.
Glory to the Daylong. Faith before thee.
You require more Vespine gas. You must construct.
Glory to the Daylong.
You have not enough minerals. You have. You have. You have not.
Glory to the Daylong.
Your allies are in battle. You have not enough minerals. 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 Research complete. Your allies are in battle. You have not. You require more Vespine gas. You have not. You require more Vespine gas. You have not enough minerals. You have not. Teleport successful. You have not enough minerals. Teleport successful. Warp field online. Time for battle. Where do our enemies lurk? I am eager Spiritus teleport successful. You must construct additional pylons. You have not enough minerals. The skies await. Time for battle. You must confess. I stalk through the storm. Where do I? Your allies are in battle.
I have met the end.
Where do I? Time for battle. Your allies are in battle. Your allies are in battle. Your teleport faces the sea. The skies open. Your allies are in battle. Warp field online. Time for battle. I will comply. Understood. Your allies' base is besieged. Where do our enemies lie? Your allies are in battle. Teleport successful. I am ready. Teleport successful. Engaging the enemy. Your allies' base is You require more Vespine gas. Your allies' base is received. Not enough. Teleport successful. Your allies are in battle. Your allies are in battle. Teleport successful. Mineral teleport successful. Mineral feed is depleted. Your allies are in battle. Teleport successful. I will comply. Teleport successful. Teleport successful. Your allies are in battle. I stalk through the stars. The skies await. Base is under attack. Mineral field depleted. I will come. Your allies are in battle. Your allies are in battle. Time for battle. Upgrade complete. Your posts are under attack. Teleport successful. Your probes are under attack. Teleport successful. For honor, I will comply. On the wings of justice. Understood. You must construct additional pylons. Your allies are in battle. Online. For honor. On the wings of justice. Teleport.
successful. Where do our enemies
Your allies are in battle.
Understood.
Your allies are in battle. Mineral field.
Consciousness awakening.
Your allies are in battle.
Teleport successful. I will comply. The skies Zero. I live on.
Time for battle. Your allies are in battle. Your allies are in battle. You must construct additional
Consciousness. I am eager to open. The skies open. Consciousness awakened.
You must construct additional pylons. Your allies are in battlefield. Your allies are in battle. Construct additional pylons.
Ancient glory.
Engaging the enemy. Your allies are in battle. Your allies are in battle.
Successful.
Our pylon is under attack.
Consciousness awakened.
Your allies are in battle. For battle. Your allies are in battle. Your allies' base is besieged.
Where do I
Your allies' base is besieged. Your allies are in battle.
I live on.
Your allies are in battle.
The skies
Your allies' base is besieged. Your allies are in battle.
Time on Porkal. Zero action. I am eager to. Where do
Your allies are in battle.
La Farah.
Your allies' base is besieged.
Consciousness. Ancient glory reborn. Zero action.
Your allies' base is besieged. Mineral field depleted. Your allies are in battle. Your allies are in your allies' base is besieged. Your allies' base is besieged.
Now, I am eager to strike. I stalk you. Engaging the enemy.
Your allies are in battle. Your allies' base is besieged. Your allies' base is besieged. Vespine Geyser exhausted. Your probes are under attack. Our pylon is under attack. Your probes are under attack. Your allies' base is besieged. Your probes are under attack.
I stalk through the storm.
Your allies' base is besieged. Your allies are in battle. Consciousness. Your allies' base is besieged.
Time for battle.
Your allies are in battle.
Stalking through the stars. Present. Ancient glory.
Your allies are in battle. Your allies are in battle.
None or call.
We embrace. Your allies are in battle. Your allies' base is besieged.
The skies. Time for battle.
Consciousness awakened. Your allies are in battle. Our pylon is under attack. Base is under attack. Your allies' base is besieged. Our pylon is under attack. Your allies are in battle. Your probes are under attack. Consciousness awakened. Your allies' base is besieged.
That was an intense game. What was everybody 700 APM that game? Yeah, I mean, I could feel my allies were in the game. Like, my allies played okay. I was somehow top scorer on my team. I have no idea how. But that being, I honestly don't think I was the best player on my team that game. But, like, I had good teammates, man. Like, they had some fucking strong players on that team, man. That was a lit match, dude. Holy shit, I was pounding my fucking keyboard, dude. Alright, I'll be right back. Yeah, Jesus Christ, dude. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna make more coffee, and then we'll figure out these last two slides before I go to bed. Oh my god, dude. Wow. That was a good game. Like, even though we lost that was a good fucking game, dude. That was like... Everybody had had high IQ that game. Like, all 8 players. Like, that was a crazy game, dude. Alright, let's put this back on.
We're back for the final segment of the National Security Hour on America Out Loud Talk Radio and iHeartRadio. AmericaOutloud.news, the place to be 24/7. So, let's continue with Ed Solomon. This is amazing information. It's way over my head. I'm trying to break it down, but I'm just going to say one thing. It really does take some real knowledge and people who know what to do to take these elections out. And this is probably, Ed, can I ask the question, is this going on for a long time?
It's been going on since 2020. Now,
But
I didn't
not before, not prior.
Not prior, no.
Okay.
Now, I didn't have the closed-form solution to multivariate quaternionic least squares regression. That's how you back-solve what people do with quaternions, okay? Nobody did. I was the first person in the world to get that. That's why I went to that conference for in 2023. But I only had solved that in the year 2022, in the middle of it. So I wasn't able to prove that they had done this in 2020 during the time it happened. Okay, nobody's written a textbook on algorithmic election fraud, unfortunately. Okay. Anyway, so just to sum up what happened there, okay, was using the example of Biden and Nancy Pelosi. They want Biden to win, but Pelosi to lose. Well, they put the vector, which tells you Biden's and Nancy Pelosi's percentage, at a 30-degree angle. That way, when Biden does good, Nancy Pelosi always does significantly worse than Biden at the same precinct. So when you have a Republican governor winning and 3 Democrats winning the other statewide offices, Secretary of State, Treasury, and Attorney General, this is a real example now of this happening. What you notice is that the better these Republicans did on election day, or the early vote, because the election day was in the formula in 2022, the worse they did in the mail. Okay? And the vectors from Lombardo, who's the governor, to Attorney General, or from Lombardo to the Secretary of State in the third dimension, or from Lombardo to the Attorney General, or whatever one I missed in the fourth dimension. They were all at slightly different angles, but calibrated so precisely to the legitimate difference in the election day and early performance of these Republicans, such that they barely lost the race. Okay? And I said, my Lord, I know what they're doing. I know they're using the quaternions, but I have no way of proving that unless I can solve quaternionic least squares regression. That's how you back solve what people did with them. Okay? And I have my friend Captain Bradford, who watches me on Twitch and YouTube for the last 4 years, and many others, Shadow in the Mask and Kathy, Shadow in the Mask in particular, they can testify to this. I sat there for months trying to derive a pure math problem that in isolation had nothing to do with elections. And it was called the closed form solution to multivariate least squares quaternionic regression. Months and months. And some of my friends and followers were dropping off. They thought I had gone crazy. I lost my mind. There was nothing about elections in my stream for at least 4 or 5 months, maybe 7 or 8, depending on how you want to look at it. Because I was initially trying to derive it in earlier months, but I just gave up, and then I tried again, and I gave up, and I tried again. I said, my Lord, I can't solve this. I need help. I can't do this. This is impossible. No human being can solve this. There were a couple of series of dreams I had in the last week leading up to it. The Lord showed me the way. And the first thing I did when I woke up was I said, hey, everybody, on stream, I solved it. I know how to do multivariate least squares regression over the quaternions. Let's go fire up that 22 election data in Nevada, and let's see if they and finally see what they did. I said it with absolute confidence because I knew in my heart that that's what they were doing. That's why I was trying to derive the damn thing. Boom, the equation popped out, R squared 99999, told me all 4 candidates' vote totals and their opponents' vote totals. So it told me the vote totals of 8 candidates in all 3 ways of voting, election day, mail-in, and early, in all the precincts in Clark and Washoe County, and that's how you have a Republican governor and 3 Democrats in statewide offices. Boom, gotcha.
Proof positive.
Yeah.
Then what I did was I said, okay, well, if I submit this to a math journal with a bunch of communist PhDs, it's never going to get accepted. So what I did instead was I went to the Quaternionic Notice Conference at the joint, at the JMM, okay, which is the Joint Mathematics Meeting in 2023. And I showed them what I did. I didn't say anything about elections. I said, hey, I finally derived the closed form solution to multivariate least squares regression over the quaternions. Now, people had, they had reiterative methods of sort of approximating it, but it wasn't a closed form, and it never gave them the best answer. They went, oh, wow, this is amazing. You know what? We have some room. Can you come speak in January of 2023 at the Sheraton Hotel in Boston? I said, yeah, absolutely. So I came there, and while I was showing them how I derived it, and there's video of me doing that, Mary has it, I changed all the words from, Trump, Biden, or Lombardo, whatever, in election day. I changed it to stock market terms, raw material prices, stock market percentage changes, and margin changes. That way they didn't know I was coming in with election data. But I still use the exact same data, number for number, digit for digit, as the actual election. And I showed them, oh, look, guys, using the percent change in these raw materials from 3 months in the past, we could predict the stock price changes 3 months in the future of all these commodities that depend on them with 99.99% precision. Everyone, wow! And they gave me a standing ovation. And what they didn't realize, with all of them still wearing masks in 2023, was they just clapped to the rigging of elections in the United States with the quaternions. That's on.
So who would be another person that would know about this? Who would be another person that would understand this or know how this is working? Is there anybody in America besides you?
Eric Coomer.
Who can you say that slowly? Who is that?
Eric Coomer.
And who is he?
Somebody I'm waiting to sue me. He hasn't done it yet.
What is he? Is he a physicist?
He likes to sue everybody else. He likes to sue everybody else.
What is his title? What does he do? What companies he work with?
So he wrote a couple of papers on physics. I remember reading a paper with some sort of gas chamber in it. And I think I don't remember exactly, but I do know, I assume he was doing nuclear or particle physics or both. And he's also, correct me if I'm wrong, one of the chief engineers or security advisors of Dominion Voting, right?
Right.
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
Oh, now we're getting warm, Mike.
Yeah.
So, Colonel Mike and Dr. Mike, you need to also understand that Eric Coomer was captured on camera. Now, remember, they said that these machines are not connected to the internet. Yet he was then captured on camera telling that his machines have modems. If the machines have modems, then they do have access to connect to the internet. Is that a correct understanding, Edward?
You guys know more about that than I do. All I have is spreadsheets in front of me of vote totals.
Okay, well, we've written about that. And so that was a big surprise when he said that the machines have modems. That was quite a surprise. The other thing is they've kept this information from the American people. They also, the idea that they went after Professor Haldeman, who said that the machines have vulnerabilities, hid that information for now almost 4 years, and finally brought it out in court with Judge Totenberg, who let Professor Haldeman come forward in court and say that the machines, yes, indeed, do have vulnerabilities, and he hacked the machine within a minute to 2 minutes. So please continue, Edward, and let us, further understand how these algorithms with anomalies that a physicist would recognize. Tell me how that applied to Carrie Lake's race and what you found there, please.
Okay, so for Carrie Lake, they didn't use the quaternions there, but they still use a vector. Okay. They use the simpler version of them called the complex numbers. You actually learned about these in high school, most of you, although many of you probably forgot. So the square root of -1, okay, is what they call the imaginary unit. It's not actually imaginary. It just means a left or a right turn. It's used in all kinds of things in real life, okay? So it's not imaginary. If you ever made a left turn or a right turn, then you use the imaginary unit. So it's not that imaginary, is it? So let me explain what that is. It's just a quick math lesson that has nothing to do with elections. If I said, what's the square root of 25? You would say, well, 5. 5 times 5 is 25. Okay, is there another one? Somebody thinks about it, they go, yeah, -5, because -5 times -5 is also positive 25. I go, okay, so what number times itself is equal to -25? People go, oh, well, it can't be 5. Well, that's right. It can't be -5, because -5 times itself is positive. So what number times itself is a negative number? Well, instead of thinking of it as a number, think of it as a direction. Think as negative as behind you and positive as in front of you. What 2 repeated actions will make you go from facing forward to facing backwards? Well, 2 left turns or 2 right turns. It's the lateral. They should have called them the lateral numbers, not the imaginary numbers. So the square root of a -25 is 5 to the left or 5 to the right, which we call 5i or -5i. Because if you make a right turn and you go 5 units forward, then you make another right turn and you take those 5 units and go 5 units in respect to those units, you're now 25 units forward, backwards. So these are numbers with direction. And when you multiply them, you add their angles and multiply their lengths, okay? So for Carrie Lake, now we're coming back to elections. They use the regular complex numbers in 2 dimensions there. And actually, I can pull up the formula. I can just look at it. I have it on me. 22 Maricopa. Yeah, right there. It's going to skip right to it. The layman's explanation of the thing. Quadratic. Okay, I got it here. So it says here that they're using as a complex number the turnout of Carrie Lake on election day, okay, and Katie Hobbs on election day. So it says, let this variable, I'll just call it variable 1. It's actually psi, but variable 1, which is the percentage of registered voters that turned out to vote for Carrie Lake on election day at precinct W, and let variable 2, subscript W, be the percentage of registered voters that turned out to vote for Katie Hobbs on election day at precinct W. And this is why they said all the election day machines broke down and everywhere in Maricopa on the same day at the same time, because in their own formula, they're using the percentage of registered voters that turned out to vote for Carrie Lake and Katie Hobbs as 2 of their variables to rig this election in 2022. And I didn't even know about that incident where they said all the machines had broken down when I was looking at this election. Okay, so, but it makes sense in retrospect after I learned about it when they said everybody had to go home on election day because the machines broke. That if your parameters are the percentage of registered voters that are turning out on election day for Carrie Lake and Katie Hobbs to rig an election, well, if the turnout's becoming too much, that means they don't have enough mail-in votes, and therefore they made everybody go home on election day. Okay, so that was being actively monitored by their algorithm. Again, this is an R squared of 9941, 99.4% accuracy, telling me Carrie Lake's total percentage of the vote in every precinct.
Now, Ed, I have a question. To do this, do you have to be in the precinct, or you could do this remotely? How does this operate?
You have to ask the people that rigged the election. So you have to get a judge to agree the election is rigged and then have the Attorney General and Secretary of State arrest people I can't tell you that looking at a spreadsheet of vote totals.
Okay, no, that's okay. Go ahead, continue.
So I'm
So do you have to have Dominion voting machines?
But if you want me to speculate, I can. But if you want me to tell you factually, no, I only have a spreadsheet of vote totals in front of me.
Okay.
Ed, is the answer to this paper ballots?
Yes. In fact, I think not only do we need to go back to paper ballots at the precinct counted by a Republican and Democrat Party observer with full public observation, with 1 day only, election day, make it a national holiday.
Day of election.
Okay.
It must be day of election. Otherwise, you're getting those stolen pre-votes.
I think we first have to have, before we even do that, our very first election, if we ever do take control of our country back from these globalist scumbags, our first election can't even be that. It has to be an emergency election, and it's just an open field caucus. Everybody go to your local high school. You stand on this side of the field for Trump, and you stand on this side of the field for Kamala Harris. Like, people are going to actually have to see the election with their eyeballs to believe it after this.
Yeah.
I don't care about the secret ballot in this emergency event. I think we have to have a national emergency election that's an open field, or maybe inside of a high school gym, a caucus where people can visually see with their eyeballs Trump's vote and Kamala Harris's vote.
That's a beautiful idea, considering we just had an election in Venezuela a few days ago, and some of our people in this government here are having red rats over Maduro winning again, whether he did or not, illegally or legally. It's none of our business. But they're more concerned about somewhere else than here. Continue, Ed. We got 2 more minutes. Only 2 more minutes. Wrap it up. Let's go.
The long story short is, I went before the county commissioners for the last few years in Washoe with the speed of sound version of the equation, where it just says take, the total ballots cast, multiply by 63.4%, subtract Trump's early vote, and out pops Biden's mail-in vote. You don't need a math degree to understand that. And for all intents and purposes, that may as well be how they actually rigged the election, because that's effectively what the result was at a macroscopic level. So when you show the county commissioners all these things, you keep showing them these things for 4 years straight, they finally said enough is enough. We're not voting to certify this election. This was the 2024 primaries. Okay. And I finally thought we had won. This was it. Because if you win in Washoe, you win in Nevada, and then you win in the United States. I thought arrests and warrants were going to come out. Although I am a supporter of full amnesty for a full confession, just to get to the bottom of this as fast as possible. And the Secretary of State and the Attorney General of Nevada said to the county commissioners, we will arrest you, put you in prison on felony charges, impeach you, and remove you from office unless you certify this election that you know to be rigged.
They gangstered it.
Yes, and then the county commissioners say in their own voice, and here is the expose for everybody. You can hear the county commissioners in their own words, put it in chat, that they are certifying the election, quote, under extreme duress. And one of the county commissioners still refused to certify. She's like 85, 86, Janine Herman. And she said this is the hill she's going to die on, in her own words.
God bless her. Hey, we got to wrap it up. Ed, it was great having you on. I want to thank our guest, Ed Solomon, for coming on to the National Security Hour today. Thank you all for joining us in the mission. The National Security Hour is the tip of the spear in the epic battle to defend the United States of America, and we mean that.
What I want to do is put Trump's moving percentage here. So to get that, we're going to need to know how many ballots were cast in this election. We'll do 4% of the number. It might be too small though. Okay. We'll round up to the nearest 100. We'll do 3,700 ballots deep. So. So we'll start here. And then we're saying the sum of n from here to here. Okay, but I think I meant to say j. We're doing the sum of j to j plus the sum well, that's it. That's what we need for that. And then the other one will be the sum k to k. Okay? Okay, then the moving is Trump moving share per 3,700 votes, okay? Okay, that equals NA going down the column. And then when we get to 3,700, okay, we're going to start our descent. Right here. And you guys are going to see a tremendous moving average here. It's going to be mind-blowing. So, for some reason, Trump is getting less than half the vote at the start of the election, and somehow he's ending up with 71% of the vote. Okay, and you have to ask, it doesn't even make fucking sense, okay? That just doesn't make sense. Can I get away with 70.8? We might want to increase this slightly. So I'm thinking, yeah, 85 is okay. Yeah, it's okay. I want to get the moving average a little wider. So I'm going to go for let's smooth it out just a little bit more. Let's go per 5,000. So go here. Yeah, that's definitely a little smoother. So that way people can just see how fucking stupid this shit is. Like, you know what I mean? Like, why would Trump go from getting only 50% of the vote at the start of the election? Not even. And then he's getting 80% of the vote near the end of the election. Like, how does that happen? And what we could do is perhaps open up a simulator. So, yeah, I think we should simulate this at a precinct level. Just get the Trump-Biden votes per precinct, and then just, like, figure out let's make sure there's no geographic reason for some, like how this could happen. I don't think there could be. But we should check nevertheless, okay? I'm going to put on Timcast when I come back. And then, now that Alice is home to take care of Grandma for a few days, I can stay up a little bit later. I'm going to get Timcast started up. I don't know what to say. I mean, that's the worst graph I've ever seen when it comes to a moving average. Like, how does that shit happen? You know what I mean? I agree with you on that, Captain Bradford. I definitely think Trump was getting at least 70% of the vote the entire time. Because it looks like they stopped fucking with the election around here and they just let it do whatever it does naturally. And naturally, it was over 70% Trump. Basically, they docked him about 10% by doing this. Maybe 12%. Yeah, about 12. They knocked 12% out of his vote with this. That's a very sad grift. Like, I mean, that graph speaks for itself. That doesn't even fucking make sense. We do have to check a couple of things, though. Were there more election day votes in this county than in the other ones? I don't think so. We could also check it by precinct. So we have to still do our due diligence, even though we know we're going to show that it was rigged. It's just a very sad graph. That's actually worse. I mean, I know there's not as many ballots cast in Mesa as there were in El Paso and Arapahoe. But by proportion to the number of ballots cast, this is worse than El Paso and Arapahoe. This is like freaky bad, you know what I mean? Like, absolutely freakish. So I think like our moving averages for Trump in the other counties, maybe, you know, they follow the same trajectory as the red line with a little bit of noise, maybe 5-10% larger. But this is a massacre. This is a 20% difference from the cumulative. I'm gonna put on Timcast. Wow.
Hey, it's JD Vance. If you can't afford to donate because of the wreckage of Joe Biden's economy, I understand.
Ladies and gentlemen, history was made today. The first black woman, Asian American presidential nominee for a major political party, Kamala Harris. She was confirmed by phone call. They said, "It's you." And she said, "Okay." And then we got this leaked video, which claims that Josh Shapiro is the VP pick for Kamala Harris. It was apparently taken down, but I don't think it's real. Some people are saying that it's a trial balloon. They want to gauge the reaction to a Josh Shapiro announcement before they actually do announce. And depending on how steep the backlash is, they're going to see if it works. Kamala Harris needs to win Pennsylvania. Trump's currently winning there, so Shapiro makes sense. But the problem is the far left doesn't really like people with the last name of Shapiro, if you know what I mean. But they also do need to win back Democrats, the Jewish liberal vote, after what happened with far leftists being, very pro-Hamas. There is some concern that Jewish voters may actually split to a certain degree to the Republican Party. So we'll talk about that. Plus, we got the stock market's been an absolute disaster today. And if this keeps up, it doesn't matter what the Democrats do, Donald Trump will end up winning. The other news, I guess, is Kyle Rittenhouse came out and said Trump was no good on 2A. And so this was happening overnight. Got attacked online. Well, I shouldn't say attacked, but got roasted by tons of Trump's most ardent supporters. And then he came out later and said, I'm sorry, I'm wrong, I will vote for Trump. He wanted to write in Ron Paul. I don't know. I don't think it was particularly appropriate the way people handled dealing with a young guy who doesn't know a lot about politics. No disrespect, but that's what people did. So smash the like button, do all that stuff. Before we get started, my friends, head over to castbrew.com. Buy Cast Brew coffee. Why? Because it's the best damn coffee you'll ever have. I guarantee it. I can certainly guarantee things that are opinions. So buy Appalachian Nights, buy Rise of Roberto Jr., Ian's Graphene Dream, Alex Stein's Primetime Grind. Support the show by going to Cast Brew and buying coffee from us. And you're also helping us set up our coffee shop and our national coffee enterprise. The goal there is to have physical locations where people can hang out and congregate and all that good stuff. But also head over to timcast.com, click Join Us to become a member and support our work directly. As a member, you make all this possible. So if we didn't have you guys as members, we would not exist. We greatly appreciate your support. It really does mean a lot. Smash the like button, subscribe to this channel, share the show with all your friends. Joining us tonight to talk about this and so much more is Catherine O'Neill.
Thanks so much for having me.
Who are you? What do you do?
My name is Catherine O'Neill, and I'm the CEO of Meriwether Farms, which is a cattle company out in the great state of Wyoming. But before that, I am a veteran of the Trump administration, both campaigns. So here I am.
Right on. Well, thanks for hanging out. Should be
Thank
fun.
you.
We got Libby hanging out.
I'm Libby Emmons. I'm here with the Post Millennial.
You don't want to say it, do you?
Don't.
Why is that?
I was just telling all of these lovely people about how my son makes fun of me.
You were like, I'm Libby Emmons.
He goes like this. He literally goes like this. You guys, this is so embarrassing. He goes, I'm Libby Emmons with the Post Millennial.
Amazing.
No, I can't say it. I'm Libby Emmons with Human Events.
Oh, you got
Post
him.
Millennial. Gonna switch it up a little bit. Anyway, I'm glad to be here.
I can't wait till my kids mock me. It's gonna happen really soon.
Oh my goodness, it happens to me so frequently. I am mocked constantly by the child.
Oh, that's great.
So
well,
it's still
I'm Shane
90%
Cashman. I'm filling in for
male.
Hannah Claire, and I want to shout out our friend Philip Bonte. His tour is starting right now. Opening for Megadeth. All That Remains and Megadeth on tour. Shout out to Phil. Have a great tour.
Very cool. We got Kellen pressing buttons.
What up?
What up?
I don't think my camera's on.
Oh, okay. Well, then
I'm
too
here.
bad.
I am here.
All right, here's the news that I don't care about, but we're going to talk about because it's news. Let me start the segment by saying this. Ladies and gentlemen, it is historic that Kamala Harris was installed as the presidential nominee for the Democratic Party. I don't rightly care all that much. She is a nothing, no-name candidate. There is nothing about her. She has zero accomplishments. Nobody voted for her. She may as well be a block of styrofoam as far as I care. And as far as I can tell, no one else cares either. I am deeply offended. And I am angered by this news because as I'm trying to put on a serious news program with guest commentary, I have no choice but to lead the show with something so boring and dumb as Kamala Harris, the historical moment where she was installed. So I'm sitting here being like, let's just spend the next 10 minutes informing everybody of what that means so we can move on to things that are more interesting because they're shoving Kamala Harris down our throats. How do you guys feel about it?
I'm with you. I think that she is just the worst candidate, and she hasn't received any votes at all. I don't know how she can be at the top of the ticket when she hasn't even run in a primary and has not received a single vote.
She's done a lot for prosecutions in California.
Yeah, that's
for
been
her
really
record.
great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of
She's got the slave owner vote.
That's right. About her, yeah.
She kept people in jail beyond their prison sentence to force them to fight wildfires for cheap for $1 an hour.
I think the best you can say about her is that she can see what can be and is unburdened by what might have been.
No, honest question. What is the best thing you could say about Kamala Harris?
She probably has a decent sense of humor. I mean, she laughs a lot.
No, that's unfair.
You think she probably doesn't have.
She's got the Dr. Hibbert thing where she laughs for no reason.
She just laughs at everything.
So that's not a sense of humor.
She has.
Well, I mean it
she
for
does
real.
have good hair,
Does she?
right?
I wouldn't know.
She seems to have good hair.
That is a nice thing to say about somebody, though, especially a woman.
It's a nice. Women like when you say they have good hair.
I
That's a
honestly
compliment,
cannot
Kamala.
think of a positive thing for
Come
her.
on the show.
I can't.
I can't either.
I really can't.
But it's not because I'm trying to insult her or anything. I mean, I would like to insult her, but it's because she's nothing.
Like, you know how I've said repeatedly, and I mean it, that Gavin Newsom is three demons stacked on top of each other in a human skin suit? He's also charming, right? Like, I've seen him in person.
The right demon is on top.
Right. Like, he can charm people. She is charmless.
She is charmless, but you know what? She's fighting for democracy, and that's why it's
Right.
so important that everyone in the media force voters to go
Right.
vote for her
Well, Biden
to
said
save
himself
democracy.
that he was hiring her because she was a woman and she was black. So
Yeah,
Biden,
his
sees
entire
that in her.
VP
That's the only thing.
shortlist
Yeah.
was black women.
So there's that. What else? What else we got? Anything for Kamala? Anybody?
My son was telling me earlier that she was wearing a $62,000 Tiffany necklace in a donor video.
Okay, that's right.
So that's not hypocritical.
Do we like her proximity to Megan Thee Stallion?
I don't. That is a funny meme though, where they're like Trump walks on stage, and then the quote was, "And I'm proud to be an American," and then it's like Kamala walks on stage, and it's like, I'm not going to repeat the quote from Megan Thee Stallion because it was not family friendly. But Trump walks out clapping, hugging the American flag, and Kamala comes out with Megan Thee Stallion singing about her junk. You know what I mean?
Black Lives Matter liked when her campaign, while she was running for vice president, donated money to arsonists that were in jail that burnt down places in Missouri.
No, it was Minnesota.
Was it Minnesota?
It was the Minnesota Freedom Fund. And she promoted it on Twitter and got a lot of other people to donate. And in fact, that fund went on to release people that then committed murders.
Didn't they find bodies in the buildings?
Yeah, stuff like that. It was
burnt bodies in
excellent.
The burnt buildings, right?
Yeah.
Months later, I believe.
It is pretty amazing to see the fact that she dropped out, I believe, in December of 2019, polling at 3%.
Yeah.
The worst of any candidate in the race.
Yeah.
And the whole propaganda machine has a line behind her, and it's like revisionist history saying that she's so accomplished, she's the best vice president ever. It's pretty fascinating to see how quickly that they
pivot.
They did it.
They pivot real quick. Oh, she's brat. We like that, right?
Oh, she's brat?
She's so
That
brat.
was so exciting.
Daily Wire had the meme where they're like, Kamala is Brat while Trump is Chad.
I'd rather hang out with Chad than Brat, frankly.
For sure.
I mean, I feel like Brat's gonna stick their fingers in your milkshake.
Is that something they do?
I don't know. I'm envisioning that. Let me taste it.
Oh, I just thought you'd be like at Wendy's and you get a Frosty and they just go, and then you'd be like, "Why'd you do that?" And it'd be like, "F you."
It's those people that think they're really cute, but the only thing they are is annoying, and you want them to go away.
Is that what brat is? I haven't looked into it enough to see how they define brat.
That, and it's like staying out all night with runny mascara and just not caring and going home with
that is so
whoever
brat.
and
If
doing a bunch of
Kamala
cocaine.
if Kamala wins, like a lot of people have said, this is it. If Trump doesn't win, we're going to lose our country. No. If Kamala wins, the country is lost. Like the simple act of an installed person winning the presidency would signify the death of the republic.
And you also have a situation where the Democrats clearly have absolutely no respect for the presidency at all, because they think a group of random people who've been appointed by a political party should be running the country, as opposed to someone who is actually elected by the American people.
Yep. Was Ford the last person to be president who was not elected by anybody?
And he didn't even run for a second.
Didn't he?
No, I think he did in
Yeah, he lost.
Yeah. To Carter? My history might be off.
I don't know. I don't have
I think he
that
did try.
history.
I think he did try running, and it didn't go well. But he pardoned Nixon.
That's
and people
right.
didn't like that either.
Well, don't you think Joe Biden, on his way out, he's going to pardon Hunter Biden?
100%.
Hunter Biden's going to be sentenced on November 13th, and Joe Biden's going to be like, hold on.
You know what would be like pretty base though, is if like right before he's leaving, he's like, I want to give an address real quick about my son and about what some of these issues we're having, and then everyone's going to be like, he's going to issue a pardon, and then he just goes on camera and he goes, hey Hunter, F you.
Yeah, he's not going to.
Tough love.
Unless he has one of those moments that people with dementia have where they just get really mean and angry all of a sudden, which happens.
Yes. What if he
might do that.
Last minute means to pardon Hunter, but then pardons all the J6ers instead?
Oh my God. By accident.
Yeah. Whoopsies.
Oops.
Somebody takes the Hunter pardon and slips in the J6 pardon and he signs it, not knowing what he's signing.
Right.
Or he just reads it off the teleprompter. He doesn't know.
Right. He literally has said in the past, I don't even know what I'm signing.
I'm mad because they took Biden away from us.
Yeah.
We were having fun.
Yeah.
And they took him away.
Yeah, we were having fun poking fun at Grandpa.
Yeah, there's that video. We'll get to the video of Joe Biden walking on the airplane confused in a bit. But I will highlight this because I really don't want to talk about Kamala Harris as if I don't have to. But because, look, let me stress, my friends. I don't want to talk about Kamala Harris. She is it's a block of styrofoam. It's like putting a block of styrofoam on the stairs and then asking me to do a news show about it. And I'm like, ugh. But it is the Democratic Party's choice for the presidential election. And there's a lot on the line here. So to just add on to what does it mean that Kamala Harris is the nominee? It's a historic presidency. She's also, her staffers lived in complete fear, were forced to stand and say, "Good morning, General," not allowed to look her in the eye, former staffer. In that, I would just actually be very much entertained if she did get elected and became like this military dictator style president. But it's like Kamala, so it just feels like it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it
wears
is
like a little
weird that it's
military
an
outfit.
installation of a total nothing. You know, it's the installation of a paper president. And the reason for that, of course, is so that they can do whatever they want.
Right. She's a vessel, just
She's
like Biden was.
Yeah, she's just going to be a puppet. And since all she cares about is power, and all she has cared about is power since she was, on her back with Willie Brown.
Wow.
And, well,
Wow, Libby.
that's really all
It is
she
Friday
cares
night.
about. You know what? It's Friday night.
Well, so
Been
Skylar
made fun of all day by my kid.
Take it out. Skylar in the super chat says that Roseanne won the bet. So the bet was between Michael Malice and Roseanne. Roseanne said there won't be an election, and Michael said, "Oh, please, yes, there will." And Michael later clarified that he meant quite literally whether it's a fake election, there will be some type of election. And I think Roseanne was saying it would just, there would not be a legitimate election.
This is not a legitimate election.
Yeah, and so the question then is, I think Michael Malice is going to stand on, no. There's two candidates and you're going to vote. This is an election. Just because it's rigged doesn't mean there's no election. But I do kind of think that that's not the spirit of what Roseanne's trying to argue. An installed person that no one voted for
No one
as the
voted
nominee
for. Not a single
is
vote.
not an election.
No.
They're forcing you
A bunch
to vote
of
for her now.
coerced delegates. So all these people in all these states, 14 million people, voted for Joe Biden in their primaries, right? I disagree with their vote, but they voted for Joe Biden in their primaries. Those delegates who take those votes and then go to the DNC and nominate Joe Biden, that's their job. They have now betrayed every single person who voted for Joe Biden. Those delegates should be brought up on charges. This is not something that should be legal to be done.
Well, it's a private organization. The issue
But
though is
your vote isn't private. I mean, your vote is
for
like.
the DNC is not a public institution.
But what about the?
They can do whatever they want.
But what about the votes?
What votes?
Don't they count the people that voted for Joe Biden? Don't those?
Oh,
count?
that's a private organization. They can do what they want. It's not public.
But
the primary process
but who runs the elections? The states run the election.
doesn't matter. DNC is private. The primary process. This is what happened with Bernie Sanders when the
Yeah.
superdelegates came in. They stressed no, it's a private organization. They choose who the nominee is. The primary process is just for to be nice, I guess.
For
they can the DNC can do whatever they want.
So it's not a democracy.
So that's
Right.
It's an illusion.
It's an illusion.
So basically, all political parties should be completely destroyed.
Well, that's why the founding fathers didn't like the idea. But the problem is with free speech, there's nothing you can do about it.
Well, and then wasn't it like Hamilton and Madison argued about political parties, and then they founded them?
I don't know.
I think
Is that
that's
how it
right.
started? I'm not sure. I just think that it's an illusion.
All
where
ballots
people
blank.
show up, the elections are run, and the people in the private sector just manipulate it all.
Ballots should be blank. You walk into your polling station and they say, cast your vote. And you're given a piece of paper.
And a pen.
And
Maybe
it says President blank. Vice, but it'll say President blank. And then it'll say Congress blank. And then it'll say Comptroller blank, Sheriff blank. And you got to write the name in. And you got to spell it right.
Ooh,
What if you don't spell it right?
And it's gone in the garbage. You spell Trump with a D and call him Drump, out. You call him Bowden,
cute.
no good.
Bowden.
Bowden or by Dan, no good.
No cuteness.
No little hearts.
on
If
the
there's a
ballot.
heart over the I, now it doesn't count as an I. And if we had it so that ballots were only write-in, then it would be Trump would win, landslide victory, no question.
Well, everyone knows how to spell it.
Yeah.
And all you need it's just 5 letters.
It's not just that; it's that most of the Democrat voters and even a large portion of Republican voters just go in and they are, and then they
Correct.
walk out.
When I was in high school, I had a class called a politics class, and I thought it was going to be about political theory, but no, it was literally about local Philadelphia politics with Pat Reif-Snyder, wherever you are out there in the great beyonds. You are remembered. Anyway, she talked to us about what you do when you go into the ballot box, and she literally said, and in Philly, you pull a lever, and it goes, and she said, just pull the Democrat lever, just pull it straight down. That's what she said
That
to
was
do.
the whole
And I was
class.
like,
That's what they do in PA. They do the down
right.
ballot thing where
Yeah.
you can just be like D, and then you
the
walk
whole
out.
thing. You just pull the lever, just one lever at the top, or you could do all the little switches.
It's funny because the founding fathers were like, maybe we shouldn't allow political parties. All they had to say, here's the thing: it's like you can't think about you don't know what you don't know. We didn't have ballots back then. When you voted, you literally wrote down the person, and then when parties started to form, they would give their party slip to people, being like, here's the people you should vote for. Then we codified it at the state level that you show up and we tell you who the candidates are. That should be abolished. But I don't see us digging our way out of this. The country is run by the most ignorant and despicable, corrupt people for the lazy and the entitled.
I'm not saying this out of nihilism because I reject nihilism, but I kind of feel like the country's already lost and that we live in separate dimensions and that there's nothing any politician can do to bring that together. And it's going to take some time from the ground up to repair the mutilation of the country. I don't know, a country can help if we get, obviously I want Trump, but I think the problems are way deeper than just having a better president next.
I think the problems are when you degrade a system to a certain degree, it's unsalvageable.
Yeah.
And the problem we have is, for one, I think Social Security was the stupidest thing this country ever did. I think it's disgusting that so many politicians just they're like, oh, you can't touch Social Security. You mentioned that in a negative light and you're done. You'll never get elected. Yeah, because people want free money. I don't care if you're old and you need Social Security. It's no. We created this welfare program that basically said abolish the family. Did no one pay attention to what would happen if we subsidized the lives of people? They would not have families. So and perhaps that was the intended condition from powerful elites who are like, we want women in the workplace so they stop having babies and they double our tax revenue. We're going to create a welfare state for single moms so that destroys the family and makes people live under our boot. And then we're going to create Social Security so that families break up and people stop taking care of their parents.
But no one wants to pay for it. No one wants to pay for the system.
Right.
You know?
But you shouldn't. You should pay for yourself.
Right. But I'm saying the people that vote for it, they don't want to pay for it either, you know?
Oh, right.
They vote for it over and over, but they're like, oh, shoot, my tax bill is really high this year. It's like, yeah, that's what you voted for.
Yep.
It's because there's nothing you can do about the pressure of weak people. And so early on, I mean, look at the 17th Amendment. That senators used to be chosen by the state legislatures, and they would choose who would represent the state to the federal government. Hey, that's the smarter way to do it. That means people had to be tied to their state level governance and know who their reps were if they wanted good senators. And then they were like, nah, it doesn't work because cronies are just choosing their friends and there's corruption problems. How about we have the people of the state vote? No. We already have Congress. That's what Congress is. Congress represents the people. The state is represented by senators. So it's basically just lazy people who are like, we don't want to deal with hard work. Give me a short-term solution. And every time you enact a short-term solution, you create long-term crises. And that's what this country has done. We have stacked up all of the long-term crises, and now now the country is buckling under the weight, and we're sitting here staring down the barrel of it.
While the debt grows.
That's exactly it. Why is there a debt?
Right. Who knows? And we keep printing money.
Because we want
Money's
to
just fake
fund
now.
wars all over the world, and
Yeah.
like in Ukraine, and that's what we care about.
Yep.
Yeah,
and like what you're saying, the
know.
death of the nuclear family in America really was the beginning of the death of the country.
And Social Security is a huge component of that.
Mm-hmm.
I mentioned this. People are like, yeah, well, there's a lot of older people who don't have the support. What are they going to do? And I'm like, they have kids. Right. What if they don't have kids? That sucks, doesn't it? Maybe you should have kids. Why did we create a system that incentivizes, defends the notion that an individual would grow into their old age without any kind of mechanism to support their own lives? Or that it's the burden of the rest of the country on those who can't support themselves? Do the math. You get to a point in your society where you have a large group of people who do not produce for that society, retirees, but the society is producing for them, and when the scales tip, your system implodes. Social Security is going to collapse in the next 7 or 8 years, or in the next 7 or 8 years, it is when it becomes, what do they call it? Only the money going in can go out. There's no more money left. It takes 4 young people to pay for one recipient of Social Security. The fertility rate is less than 2. The system will implode. And the reason the fertility rate is low is partly because of the welfare systems that say you don't need families, government will take care of you.
And then add to that what's going to happen when the second industrial revolution really takes off with the robots replacing everybody. Everyone's
Mass
sent
death.
home. Yeah, honestly.
Mass death, yeah.
Honestly. And it will be for various reasons. But I also imagine the loss of having any meaning in your life will lead to, a lot of drug use and dark paths.
Because before we destroyed the meaning of work, we destroyed the meaning of our souls.
Yeah.
And so now there's going to be nothing left if you can't find meaning in God or in a higher power or in your family or in your work product, then there is no meaning.
They're going to try to replace that void with the metaverse.
There's
They already are. Actually.
there's this I don't know if you guys ever heard of SMBC Comics. I don't know what it is, but there's a lot of really funny ones, and they put up one 4 days ago, and it's a spaceship heading towards this barren dirt planet, and it says, when we discovered how to live in virtual worlds, we escaped to fantasies as often as possible. The next panel shows a barren wasteland. As societies became more affluent and automated, it took less and less real-world labor to earn each hour of virtuality. As machines became more adapted to our brains, became cheaper. Double perception of time, then to double cheaper to double perception of time than to double productivity per laborer. Time may be a real quantity, but to a human mind, a minute of terror really is a billion times longer than a night of sleep. We soon discovered a way to give the sensation of infinite time, at which point there was a simple decision to make. Why spend a short life in a real world of sadness and absurdity when you could live forever in paradise? Dear traveler, please don't think ill of us. We are the last generation. And so the panel is an alien race coming to Earth, and you realize this at the end, and a monument erected by humans explaining where humanity went. That's a great comic.
That is a great comic. I've been thinking too, the concept of the socialist utopia in the United States is one that everyone, all of the younger generations, believe in, regardless of what they think their political idea is. And that's why nobody wants to work. No one wants to try hard at everything. Everyone thinks that they're entitled to something. Everyone thinks that they're entitled to a lifestyle of leisure where they just pursue their own passions and somehow are fed for doing that.
Yeah, they had a moment. They had a
forgotten.
moment 4 years ago where they locked down the world where you could, it was like test that world.
And they tested it out, yeah. And then you have the transhumanists who are going to push that all the way through.
I actually, look, a video came out, it was leaked. Josh Shapiro may be the candidate. We don't know. I think it's fake. I don't want to talk about it. I want to make fun of Joe Biden. So we have this clip. Check this out. Life is good, isn't it? Do you guys remember the good old days when Joe Biden was the nominee and we got to make fun of him?
I mean, just a couple weeks ago,
Just a couple weeks ago. Watch this video. Here you go. Here's so some context. This is the prisoner swap. They get off the plane. You had Whalen and Gershkovich, and others too, I believe.
There were
right?
others, yeah.
And so here's Joe Biden with I believe that's Kamala Harris, isn't it? And here you go. Here's what happened. There's old Joe, bobbling about. What's this, Joe? Where you going? Oh, he's walking. Where's he going? He's not walking towards any individual. Oh, he's going on the plane.
He's saying hi to the pilots.
Is that what he's doing? He's just.
I think he figures there's a plane there, and so it must be for him.
I think he wanted to show off his new legs for the cameras. I can take these steps.
Yeah. Look at me. No, it doesn't matter anymore because he's not the nominee. He's out.
Right.
I don't even think he's the president at this point.
This is actually Kamala shipping him off.
But like, they're just staring at him going into the plane, and they said that he wanted to say hi to the pilots, but you don't see him turn left there. And then he's just in the plane, and he's in the plane for a little while, and.
I'd like to see him take those stairs down. Can we see? Is there a video of that?
And then he comes down the stairs.
We made it.
Okay. Whew.
So I guess
himself to Kamala.
So everyone's like, what is he doing? It's an empty plane. Why is he going inside of it? And then the narrative now they're trying to put out is, oh, he's saying hi to the pilots. He just wanted to go say howdy, Captain, and you want him to honk the horn or something.
You just wanted to watch.
Those are the good old days, man.
Yeah.
I'm done. I'm gonna retire.
You miss Joe.
Well, we used to make fun of him, and now it's like he's the president, but his brain don't work too good, and he's not doing anything. And Kamala Harris isn't doing anything either, and she was installed. You've got two individuals that are completely devoid individuals, and I think that's the point. Nobody cares about Kamala. Nobody wants to talk about Kamala. They're trying to see if they can get to the point in this country where they can install the political leader like China does.
And that's what they're doing.
That's right.
And that is exactly what Xi Jinping did as well.
And everyone's falling in line now. In a matter of, what, a week? When was this decided?
Yeah, but like
everyone's falling in line already.
The Democrats are, but I wonder if the polling is real.
I don't know if the polling is real. My worry is that they're going to push this pundit-driven propaganda campaign to the point where it will seem inevitable that she wins the election, and then they can just steal it outright because everyone thinks that that's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
And all they really need to do is get the Republican base to stay home. If the Republican base feels demoralized, then they'll just stay home and they won't vote.
I don't even know if that matters.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter, but like Those are the things that they can do. Steal it and get us all to stay home.
How do you defeat a political cult?
That's what's going on here.
If 10,000 individuals take it upon themselves, Democrat woman sitting in a polling location, and she's counting ballots, and she goes, Trump. No, I can't read it. Oh, Biden, that's a Biden one. Trump. Nope, can't read it. Garbage.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do?
That's what I'm saying about
You're not gonna go. The federal government's not gonna go and arrest 10,000 people in various. You can't track it down. It's impossible.
That's what I'm saying about being lost. It's like the same that the way you just said that makes me feel the same way I felt post-COVID trying to find a doctor, because there's doctors in the cult, and you can't trust these people because they're going to look at you a certain way if you give them an answer that they don't want to hear, because then they're going to see you like you're in a cult, and that is in every institution. It's in the colleges, it's in hospitals, it's in the elections, it's literally everywhere.
I had that issue with my kid's doctor. They came in and they wanted to give him a survey, and they didn't want me to be in the room while he took it. And I said, show me the survey first. And we got into a fight, and they wouldn't show me the survey. And I said, then he's not taking the survey.
I'm his parent.
He has not taken the survey.
Right. That's like something that would happen in California.
Yeah, and then they showed me the survey, right? And there weren't any freakish gender questions on it. And I was like, okay. And I showed it to Charlie, to my son. I showed it to him like, this is what the survey is. And then he took it, and he said, there were a bunch of pages on that survey they didn't show you.
No way.
Mm-hmm.
And were they? Did he remember?
It was weird gender stuff and suicide stuff.
Yeah, they can't help themselves. They think.
And I was like, get off my kid! Get off my kid!
They
like,
think
this
they
is infuriating.
own
And that's
moral high ground.
that's not his doctor anymore.
And you're bad for even asking.
I was bad for
You're asking questions.
The
You're a bad
nurse
parent.
got
dude.
angry
Yeah.
with me. They almost didn't do just the regular appointment,
Yep.
which
Oh.
was like, oh, it's checkup season.
Yeah, we get looked at certain ways for wanting to have home birth and
Mm-hmm.
stuff like that, and doctors don't take you seriously. They think, oh, once you say certain things like that, it immediately triggers in the cult brain that you're a bad person.
You're the bad one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They immediately see you as the caricature of Trump and everything under that umbrella.
So this is important. Kamala is effectively winning in the polls. What we have here from RCP, and Daily Kos is a joke. Daily Kos Civics, I don't trust that. But to be fair, if Civics is conducting the poll at the behest of Daily Kos, then it's not that bad. But what is this? Rasmussen has Trump up 5, and then Harris is up 4. In what a 9-point swing. Like, how does any of these polls make sense? Now, to be fair,
Like a revisit of 2016.
since we actually got into the cycle, the polls, the larger sample sizes, and the newer polls show it's split between Trump and Harris. But so I basically, if you were to break it, actually, it's nonsense. It's noise. These aggregates are completely meaningless. We're seeing Kamala win in certain areas, but I'm wondering how much of this is even real. I'm assuming most of it's fake.
Do they not even ask about RFK Jr., or is he just totally out of the conversation?
No, they do. Yeah, if I pull up 538, although 538 is done as well, because they're just there's no presidential. Well, actually, they got a nominee now, so are they going to actually reignite those polls? As soon as there was no nominee, they said we're going to stop updating the presidential polling aggregates. But this one, the latest one, they've got general election, Harris up 5 from RMG Research, and that includes Kennedy. And then you've got General Economist and Daily Kos. Harris is up 2 and 4. Then you've got general election, Redfield, Harris is up 2. American Pulse, Harris is up 1. Then America Pulse has Trump up 1, and so I don't know, man. Here you go. Ledger has Harris up 7 points.
I can't remember who said it about the honeymoon phase with Kamala. Do you think that they're going to be able to maintain this mirage? I mean, because she's so unlikable.
I think the second they start really putting her front and center, it's not going to go well for her.
Right.
But they also are able to lie to themselves all the time.
And
So who knows?
The American people.
Yeah.
Of course.
I still don't think she's going to be the nominee. Even
Really?
though they've
I think-
done all the stuff they say they got to do.
I think that is some wishful
She has to be.
Yeah.
I know,
The deadline
I know.
for the ballots.
I don't think they care about deadlines or laws. I don't know. It doesn't seem. I can't imagine her going against Trump on a stage and them thinking it's a good idea.
Well, but she is already sort of making noise that she's not going to debate
Oh, is
Trump.
she? Oh.
Well, because
that helps her.
Well, yeah, that'll help me. And she's like, "Why won't you debate me?" And every time she says, "Why won't you debate me?" what she means is, "Why won't you debate me on September 10th with the debate that was set up by ABC for you to debate Joe Biden?"
Wow.
And she thinks that she should just slide right in there to everything that was already set up for him. Meanwhile, Fox has offered to host a debate on September 17th, and no one's agreed to that either. So, I think that she feels that she can just avoid debating him altogether by refusing to debate him on any terms other than Joe Biden's.
Right. Well, it worked for Biden to campaign from a basement.
Yeah,
So
I mean, now
anything's
it's sort of
possible
clear
for her.
that Trump never should have had that debate in June.
I know, but that was beautiful to watch.
I know, but now we're screwed.
Well, yeah, but that's part of their plan, I
That
think.
was
Like
part
they
of
were
their
like, we got to
plan.
trot this guy
It was
out,
a tryout.
humiliate him. He's part of that's going to help us make him drop out, and we're going to install her. I just can't imagine her.
Trump should have said, no debate, sorry, have a nice day. And then Biden was failing in the polls.
Yeah.
But here's the issue. They still would have had to have pulled out Joe Biden. It just would have been more difficult.
But they would have come up with a way to do it anyway.
Right. I think the plan was to have Joe Biden out a long time ago. I mean, everybody was predicting this. The debate just helped them do it. If Trump didn't debate, they still would have pulled him out.
Yeah. It was very obvious the second he opened his mouth at the debate that this guy's not going to last much longer.
When he was talking about how he was fighting Medicare.
Everything
And
he
then
said.
Trump was like, you did beat Medicare, you beat it to death.
Well, and it was clear that I think it was it Tapper that was moderating? I think it was Tapper. It was clear that he was, covering up his shortcomings. And
Oh, they were helping with that.
100%.
They changed his camera.
Yeah.
They directed
No, they
him,
were
basically.
moving. Yeah, you're right. They moved the camera away when he had these
Mr.
moments.
Biden,
And
President Biden.
Yeah,
Let's get back on track, sir. Insane. But yeah, I don't know. I still just have a hard time, unless the other thing that comes to mind is the Time magazine article where they talk about the cabal. They've got all that in place. They don't really care who's in the face of their party because they'll do whatever they want.
I'll tell you what's going to happen, dear viewer. It will be November, and you will wake up in your bed, and you will be rubbing your eyes, confused as you look outside, and then you'll look at your phone. And it's going to say 2020, and you're going to say, what? 2020? What happened? And then you're going to open your phone and pull up Twitter.com. And it's going to say Donald Trump wins the 2020 election, and this past 4 years was all a bad dream.
The front of the paper is also saying that CERN was turned on yesterday.
It'll be
It was all
just
a bad
like the
dream.
end of Newhart. Remember that?
Because I hate to
Great
do this to
ending.
you guys, but take a look at this one. We got this news from CNBC. They say Dow closes at 600 points down. It's terrible. NASDAQ enters correction after weak jobs report live updates. You know what's funny? It's horrible good news. Do you know why it's horrible news? Well, the stock market going down and a weak jobs report. The weak jobs report is bad. It's indicative of a weak economy, and that means people's bills is going to get higher. They're going to have a hard time affording things. Their small businesses won't see clients and customers, and this did impact the stock market. And so those retirement accounts are going down. And these woke leftists, they think the stock market means rich guys on Wall Street. No, it means people's 401ks and retirement plans. And then it's good news. Because if this persists, Trump wins. So should we give a shout out to our good friend Bill Maher, who said bring on the recession if it means Trump loses?
I don't think it would mean Trump loses a recession.
If the economy gets bad, then the challengers get a major advantage. It's crazy when you look at macro politics. You can go to the individual and ask them a question, and they will give you a real answer. Most people might say, I'm not too sure about this one. I'm just not a fan of war. They might say, I don't know much about the foreign policy stuff, but what Donald Trump did in this policy or what Joe Biden did, you'll get a lot of people who don't know anything. But if 1 in 1,000, 1 in 10,000 people don't know, don't care, it's just if it's bad, I vote the other guy. That has a massive impact on the election. So just imagine this, the bell curve. And from slightly below average all the way to the top are all of the people. So let's say 70% of the bell curve, from like stupid people to geniuses, are all saying for one reason or more, here's who I'm voting for and why. The stupid people are like, I don't know nothing about politics, but Donald Trump got my job back. They had that guy deported from my factory. And you're like, okay, hey, that guy deserves his job, right? And then at the very bottom of the bell curve, the people who are as dumb as a box of rocks, they're like, the economy's bad, it's Biden's fault. Well, like, to be fair, it is. But then when Trump's in office, they go, the economy's bad, it's Trump's fault. And so they don't think about anything. They don't know or care. They just say, well, it's bad, I should vote for the other guy. And that is a large portion of vote swing. So you can pander to all the smartest people in the world you want, but all that matters is if 5% of people feel bad economically, they swing for the other guy.
Do you feel that it's too far gone? in the country that a recession will swing that for people?
I don't know. I'm not great on economics, you know?
Yeah, I feel like it's just so bad for everywhere I've gone in this country. The people
I do
are
know
like,
that, like,
you feel it.
I remember for a while there, every time I went to the grocery store, it would double.
Yeah.
And it would be like, oh, last week these same groceries were $25. Now they're $50.
Right.
And then it would be like, wait, last week these groceries were $50. Now they're $75.
Right.
And now I know that now when I go to the grocery store, I'll be like, can I get out of here for, less than $1.50? No, I've got a couple of yogurts, a bunch of veggies. I don't even buy, I stick to the outside of the store. I have some bread, some yogurt, veggies, that's
Right.
pretty much what I buy.
And then it's outside of all that. It's,
I'm
if
not
you're
buying beer. I'm not buying anything fancy,
And if you're on city water at home, water is expensive.
My water is expensive.
Yes.
That's true. My water
Gas is obviously expensive.
You have expensive water?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're not on a well?
No, I have city water.
City water, huh?
And my bill last month was $130.
Wow.
Right?
Holy crap.
Yeah.
That's like,
I thought that was really quite a bit.
but isn't it some of the most expensive in the country?
I don't know because I never had to pay for water before because I lived in New York City where everything was folded into my rent and my enormous taxes.
Well, you mean your landlord paid for it?
Yeah. So, I will say that in New York, my rent included my apartment, my heat, and my water.
The average national city
And my trash.
The average national city water bill is between $30 and $60 a month.
Yeah, so I paid $130 last month.
You live in a small city. It's not even a city.
It's
though.
a little
small town.
tiny place.
Yeah.
It's a little tiny place, but I pay for everything. I pay for my trash. I pay for
Yeah.
water, electricity.
We got a swimming hole, and we just
Nice.
get some buckets and we scoop it up, and bring it inside, and we cook
Put
our
it
food.
in the filter.
That's how you do it. No, we have a well, we have a pump.
Yeah.
And then
Well's the way to go.
we have a sulfur problem,
Mhm.
so we had to get a crazy system. Didn't work.
Oh, your system didn't work?
So we got a bunch of different buildings where everybody works out of, and there's 3 systems. 2 of them are perfect, and 1 of them is not working at all. And for anybody, it was funny because people don't know this from the city. So we have guests come out here, and they'll go to the bathroom, and right when they walk in, they don't understand what they're smelling. They go, "Whoa, it's bad in there." And I'm like, "Bro, that's the water faucet. That is not the toilet. That is not somebody's business. That is just the water." Yeah, they're not used to going out to the country and having sulfur water. Yeah, but it's nothing that bad. It's just
In Philly for a good period of time there was sulfur in the water and you'd walk in and smell it. You'd be like, "What devil house is this?" "Oh, we're just in Philadelphia."
Yeah, I went to where was I? I think I was in Alaska, and their water was red in one area because of iron,
Interesting.
and it was like a yellowish tint, and it said, "Do not be alarmed. The water is not dirty. There's just a lot of iron in the water. Take it in consideration," or whatever. I don't know what that means. I don't know if you weren't supposed to drink it or whatever. But anyway, back to the main point. The economy is collapsing. There are no jobs. The jobs report was really bad. What were they expecting? 175K, and it was like 114. And so
We're
in
at
response,
4.3, which is the worst
Oh,
it's been
right.
since October 2021.
if this keeps it up, then Kamala's not going to win. But that's the other thing about pulling Joe Biden out, because the argument is it's Biden's fault and Kamala will change it. What I don't understand, Kamala keeps running these ads where she's like, "When I'm president, I'm going to fix the border." And it's like,
why didn't you fix it now? You had the opportunity.
You're the vice president. Like, you're there. You're literally right there. What are you doing? She's just throwing Joe Biden under the bus every step of the way.
And she's had every opportunity. Don't you
She's
think?
gonna have to do it.
Yeah.
He's so unpopular right now. She's not more popular, but she's gonna have to continue to throw his record under the bus.
But it's her record. I think we could do well by making her own that record.
Absolutely, but she's not.
I don't think any of it matters. She's an installed candidate that no one cares about, and then you've got these evil cult members that are just like, "We need Chinese-style communists." They want Chinese-style communism in this country.
She's a photo op president. They'll get her in. They'll have lots of photo ops. She'll get all the covers of the magazines, and they'll sneak in all their crazy ideologies.
I think we need a mass manifestation. Do you guys know what manifesting is?
Yeah, it's how we got Trump to dodge the bullet.
We need vision boards. Okay, so everybody out there, you make a vision board, and what you want to do is...
This sounds like an Oprah thing.
Absolutely, and everybody gets a free car. You go on the AI and you make it print up Donald Trump winning 2024, and you put it on your vision board, and then every night you go to sleep, you just focus and concentrate, and then one day you're going to wake up November 6th, you're going to turn the TV on, and they're going to say Donald Trump is the 47th president of these United States, and he's going to come out and he's going to say, Kamala, she was terrible. Nobody wanted her, so she lost, and it was really bad.
We did it, Joe.
And you're going to, a single tear will come down your cheek, and then there'll be a ring at your door, and you'll go, and there'll be a pizza man, and he says, Donald Trump has ordered everybody pizza.
Pizza Hut?
That's right.
That would
free
be
Pizza Hut.
amazing.
And it's
Don't you
and
think
they
it'd be
turn
Big
the
Macs?
pizza around, and you eat the crust first.
Probably
Big Macs.
He loves
Yeah.
McDonald's, yeah.
Big Macs.
He does love
Remember
McDonald's.
how everyone made fun of him for like pandering when he had a bunch of McDonald's in the White House to celebrate the NBA championship? And it's like, no, that's literally his favorite food.
Oh, he loves
That's
it.
what he
I mean,
wants.
and it's like, yeah, all the athletes came by, and he had McDonald's everywhere, and he was
Yeah.
really excited.
But he loved it.
But the athletes loved it too.
Yeah.
They're like McDonald's cheeseburgers.
It's
I'd-
cool to
I'd
eat
prefer
McDonald's
Taco Bell.
in the White House.
Yeah, agreed. Taco Bell's better. Doritos Locos Tacos. Now they have the Cheez-It Crunch Wrap. You guys see that?
Nope.
No.
It's a giant Cheez-It. And then they put,
I heard about
Taco Bell has like 4 ingredients,
Mhm.
and they just rearrange them in different ways and then sell them as different products.
And fry them a little different.
Yeah, I
Let's
love
fry
it.
this piece now. Tomorrow
Yeah.
we'll fry the other
It's
kind.
crazy that they allow this stuff and they ban things like raw milk.
Right.
Yeah, like what do you have to?
Blows my
what
mind.
loopholes do you have to go through with meat and stuff? Are there crazy rules out there you got to work with?
Yeah, absolutely. We have a USDA inspected facility, so we have a USDA inspector there 24/7, and his primary job is to make sure that the animal is healthy, and doesn't have any disease. Also to inspect the cleanliness of the facility, which we spend up to 2 hours a day cleaning. But I think that it's important to realize that a lot of these farmers and ranchers actually know what they're doing.
Yeah.
They don't need some bureaucrat coming in and telling them how to raise their
You
cattle.
don't need
or
a babysitter.
Yeah, but
federal
don't you
babysitter.
right.
guys-
That's exactly what they are. They're
Yeah,
federal
for sure.
babysitters.
Don't you guys remember it was like in Oregon where all the lawmakers were like, we're legalizing raw milk, and they all cheers, drank it, and then the next day they were all sick?
No,
Yeah.
I've been drinking raw milk for 8 years. I love
Oh,
it.
you can't do that.
I love it. There's
can't-
loopholes, Tim. There's
If you
loopholes.
own, you buy a co-op. You buy a piece of the cow, and then if you own, a piece of the cow, you're allowed to drink its
In
milk.
West Virginia, or in Virginia and West Virginia, I forget. I think it's both. It's pet milk.
Yeah, in Maryland they have pet milk, and it says not for human consumption.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's like, you go to the farm and you watch a guy be like, I'll take one pet milk, and open it up and start drinking it.
I love it. I love raw milk. My
Yeah.
kids love it. It's the best.
But you should consider too. Pregnant women should talk to a doctor first. There are risks with unpasteurized milk and things like that. So,
Yep.
expecting moms is very
Yep.
important.
Got to be careful. I will say my pregnant wife has had raw milk through 2 pregnancies now, and all good. The stuff you get in the supermarket. I mean, look at the difference in eggs from Chicken City.
Oh,
The
yeah.
eggs in the market, completely different. It's like from a different animal.
Yep.
Completely different color. The meat,
Yeah,
you get from a
absolutely.
farm,
No, for
completely
sure.
different.
Yeah.
And that's why the state doesn't want you to have it, because it's actually good for you.
Correct. Yeah, I mean, one of the main differences, and this may be like too niche or detail-y, but one of the main differences between an operation like ours, where we, process local animals, and the grocery store meat, is that these big 4 packers, they don't let the meat hang and drain from all of the liquid.
Oh,
And
really?
Yeah. So if you ever buy burger in a grocery store, it's super watery.
Yeah.
Because they're churning through these animals so quickly at such a high rate that they don't allow the liquid to drain and the humidity to drain. And so we have a minimum of 14-day hang.
Wow.
So all of the humidity is exposed from the animal.
That's like why when you look at a lot of, like I'm thinking Korean barbecue recipes, you have to like rinse it and
Right.
then let it drain.
Yeah.
To
Yeah,
get
it's
all
probably
of
'cause
that,
it's from the grocery
all of that
store.
stuff
Yeah.
out. Yeah.
Did you have the farm pre-COVID, post-COVID?
Post.
Okay, I was going to ask if
Yeah.
you've seen any difference in people's. I'll let Tim go.
No, we're jumping to stories.
I was going to say, have you seen any difference in people's sensibilities towards getting supermarket as opposed to a local farm meat?
I think there's been an explosion of interest in the direct consumer because people don't trust
Yeah.
the meat that they're getting in the store, and they shouldn't really.
Rightfully so.
Rightfully so. Yeah. I think it's only going to get more. And I encourage people all the time to go to find a local producer and support them. Whether you do half a cow, once a year, depending on the size of your family. But I always encourage people to do that because these are the people that are feeding us every single day.
I want to say we are blessed out here at Freedomistan because you drive down the road and there's a farm property that has water running through it on a creek. And on the right day, when you are driving down through the trees, because you are in a deep wooded area, you will turn the bend and there is water, and there will be a cow, maybe two, and a baby cow. And they will be standing in the stream, drinking the water, and they might look at you.
I pull over and
it
say
is
hi.
wholesome. That's right.
I make my kids say hi. I love cows.
Yeah, they
I
walk
love them.
over to you. So, like, there's so many out here, if you like, I'll ride by my bike and I'll stop, and then they'll just, like, walk over and just stare at me as they're chewing the cud. And that's it. They don't do anything. And they're just standing there. But we are blessed. Let's jump to this story from Yahoo Sports. Angela Carini, Italian boxer in middle of gender firestorm, offers apology. All this controversy makes me sad.
Oh, boo-hoo.
Does anybody who was criticizing me the other day over my stance on this, how about you? How about you super chat me because I was right, and everybody who agreed with me, you don't have to because you already did. I said this. She had already offered an apology, or not an apology, but a statement of support for the male boxer, and then I said I will not support anyone, be it the woman in the ring or otherwise, who's defending males boxing women. And then I had these people being like, Tim's being hyperbolic and not really addressing the issue. I'm like, no, this woman outright said, I hope the male makes it to the end and is happy. And now you've got this. In a story published Friday, Angela Carini told Italian sports daily La Gazzetta dello Sport that she regrets not shaking Khalif's hand Thursday before leaving the ring. It wasn't something I intended to do. Actually, I want to apologize to her and everyone else. I was angry because my Olympics had gone up in smoke. Carini added that if she and Khalif met again, she would embrace her. So, well, there you go. Everybody immediately saw this fight as a female who didn't want to fight a male and was upset that she was fighting a male, so she bowed out. Then there were some questions about developmental sexual disorders, and that Khalif, while male, may have been raised female, which changes very little about the issue that we're dealing with and is only exploited by people who want to allow males to fight. Carini initially didn't shake hands, pulled her hand away from the ref, bowed out after 46 seconds, and everybody ran to Twitter to say, I stand with her, I stand with her. 50 million retweets, hashtag I stand with Carini. She had said within like an hour after this fight, I hope Khalif makes it to the end and is happy. And immediately I was like, okay, well, she doesn't get any support from me. I don't want to see guys boxing women. I think that's bad. But all these conservatives were like, nope, this poor woman. And now here she is. Thanks for all the money. And I can respect what Lauren Boebert was trying to do. But Lauren Boebert raised lots of money on her behalf. She's also going to be getting, I guess, what were you guys saying? That she's going to be getting the equivalent of first prize paid by Italy?
Who was saying that? Were you saying?
Ellen was saying it.
Yeah.
From the International Boxing, whatever the organization is, they were going to match her loss.
It's like International Boxing Committee, IBC, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
Like that.
So she'll be fine. She's going to get all the money she would have had anyway.
And then she comes out and she uses that support and that energy. And congratulations, you're now supporting someone who is advocating against your desires and against your wishes. And I was right. I don't know what to say. People didn't want me to be right or whatever. But here you go. Here's $63,638 pledged to a woman who is defending males boxing women. Why did conservatives just raise $60,000 for a progressive feminist who supports men and women's sports?
They're so quick to make a victim so that they can champion. Just like the left is so quick to make a victim that they can champion. It happens, and they're constantly doing this, and it's very aggravating.
Well, now we have this video from End Wokeness. It just happened again. Lin Yu Ting, a biological male, just won the women's boxing match. It's tough because a $100 bet netted you only $6. So I just really didn't care to bother to even bet, but it's free money. It's free money. And there it is.
Impressive on the front and back foot. Lin Ting. She'll be to the quarterfinals.
That's a fella.
Job done.
That's a biological male.
It's just straight up, dude. The other one was
Looks like a fella.
and
No, they all
debated.
look fella-ish.
But here's the issue. They were ousted. These two fighters were ousted for failing a gender test of having male testosterone levels and XY chromosomes. The Olympics was like, well, their passport says female. And the argument is Algeria and Taiwan do not have transgender manipulation, so they're assuming it's some kind of developmental sexual disorder. I'm like, all of that is speculative nonsense. What's the official reporting? Biological males with male testosterone were shut out of the World Championships for being male. And the Olympics said, we didn't check, we didn't test, we're going to assume it's fine.
It's like looking at the Wikipedia these days to make sure the person's boy or girl. You know, because
Yeah, that's not gonna
Wikipedia's
do it.
been consumed by ideology, as has most of these states and government.
Holy crap, Italy pays Olympic athletes $200,000 for a gold medal.
Wow.
Wow.
I wonder she wanted to stay in for her dad.
Let me see. Yup. Here you go. Angela Carini to be awarded prize money by IBA despite Olympics loss to Iman Khalif. So they're saying it's going to be $50,000.
That's crazy.
Rewarding. It's a participation trophy.
Yeah, trophy culture.
Yeah.
Gender row. The IBA, which was stripped of its international recognition, said Carini would receive $50,000. Her federation a further $25,000, and her coach an additional $25,000. So $100,000 awarded to her and between her and her team. I do not understand why they killed women's boxing. IBA President Umar Kremlov said, only eligible athletes should compete in the ring for the sake of safety. I could not look at her tears. I am not indifferent to such situations. This is the same thing. This is the same thing as the conservatives. They're not giving her the money because she fought well or whatever. They're doing it because they're like, this poor woman was forced to fight a man. And now let's, where are we at? A woman who chose to fight the male, claimed she bowed out because her nose hurt too much, cried, and the assumption from everyone was that the man was too strong and she refused to fight because she didn't want to fight a man. And that's apparently, you can make up any story you want. The official narrative from Carini is her nose hurt, the punches were strong, so she dropped out. She then praised Iman Khalif. The next day apologized, said she would embrace her, had previously said that she hoped she makes it to the end. So why is she getting 111,314? Why is she getting $100,000?
I don't get it either. Also, has she never been punched in the nose before? I mean, she's a boxer.
Right.
Hasn't she had intensive fights before? She made it to the Olympics.
Right.
You'd think that she's been in altercations.
She went right to the Olympics.
But this might have just been her first fight ever. You know,
shot.
I mean, I've been punched in the nose before, and I've never even been fighting anybody on purpose. You know what I mean? Like, I stood up after. You know what I mean? Like,
So what? We got one. Cade super chatted because this is another talking point that there was never any real evidence of the XY chromosome test or whatever, and it's just like, listen. Live in whichever reality you choose. Is what do you call it? Reality buffet.
That's right.
The story is two fighters, Iman Khalif and Lin Yuting, were disqualified from the World Championships because they failed a gender test. Believe whatever you want to believe. They both look very masculine. I don't know. Believe whatever you want to believe. The idea that there's DSD is speculative. Nobody knows that. We don't know anything other than two fighters who had been previously disqualified for failing a gender test are competing in the Olympics, and there you go. That's it.
Yeah.
And I think it's fair to say, if someone is XY with male levels of testosterone, they don't get to be fighting in the women's division. That's just it. I don't know. What other criteria do you need?
yeah, I agree with you.
Well, congratulations, conservatives. You keep this up, and we'll get more men in boxing. Carini is going to use that money and continue to publicly speak in support of men fighting women. So, there you go. Hope it was worth it.
Both sides are so desperate to have their victim that they just leap to these conclusions, and it doesn't matter. And it just spirals out of control. And it'll get worse. Like, I wonder what the next Olympics will have. More of this. Right.
More of this. And more trans. Definitely more.
And an even worse opening ceremony. It'll be in Los Angeles.
Right.
So,
Hollywood is going to get involved.
Right.
They have terrible ideas about everything.
Right. It'll be Scientology.
The Olympics in Los Angeles it's going to be like fourth dimensional drag show. It's going to be like time
dimensional drag.
Yeah, they're going
I
to
like that.
Yeah, it's going to be wokeness times 10,000.
Yeah.
I don't know if it could get any worse.
Oh, it'll get
You don't
worse.
think so?
Have you
I
ever seen
don't
a
know.
Lil Nas X video?
Oh my goodness.
Just wait for that.
No, him and Sam Smith, they get
Exactly.
together.
Jojo Siwa.
The whole, yes, of course.
Yeah. And Kamala.
You know what they're going to do? They're going to do live abortions right there in the Hollywood Bowl.
Honestly, don't give them that idea, Libby. They literally are taking that idea down seriously.
They're going to love it.
They're going to turn that into an Olympic sport.
They're going to simulate
with
it.
these people.
It'll
They're
be
so
a
sick.
dead drag baby.
Yeah, great.
Jeez.
Looking forward to that deranged spectacle.
Well, have you seen the fashion show where the individual was wearing an active abortion or whatever?
Yeah.
I did
Or no,
not
it was a
see that.
mastectomy. It was a mastectomy.
An active.
Well, I thought there was a person that pulled something out of them.
What do you mean? An
There
active?
was a fashion show where the person came out and they were like robotic hands cutting the breasts off.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. So imagine a lot of that marching down the street.
That's
for
what
kids.
everyone.
It's kind of
wants
wild that they turned mastectomies into basically like getting your ears gauged.
Well, or like prior to ugly being the thing that everyone strove for, it was beauty, and part of beauty was having large
Mhm.
breasts. So you had 16-year-olds were getting breast enhancements,
Right.
which also is pretty evil.
Oh, they went.
I mean, it's all
the other
evil,
direction.
like-
The Erin Moriarty memes have not stopped.
Mhm.
So do you guys remember the story? She's the actress who's in The Boys. She plays Starlight. And when she posted this photo of herself after what appears to be plastic surgery, a meme went viral of guys being like, why are women doing this to themselves? Because she looks terrible. And then Megyn Kelly mentioned it on her show. She gets super mad, takes her Instagram down, and she's like, I didn't get any surgery. I didn't get work done. It's just my contour. I got my contours done, makeup or whatever. But people then started posting time lapses of like the past few years. And it's like, yo, they're about plastic surgeons who are doing these videos on TikTok where they're like, no, she got buccal fat removal. She got this done. And then when season 5, was it season 5 they're on or 4?
They're on
season 4 of The Boys came out. That's when it was like, oh yeah, she got surgery. Like she can't even talk properly. Her face, like she talk.
Why do people do that to themselves? I
They're
don't.
keeping up with Instagram filters.
I have no idea.
Yes, I don't understand it. And also the buckle fat thing, like.
What is that?
That's like when you
It's
have
one of the most
fat removed in
disgusting
your
things I've
Jeep.
ever seen.
And what's going to happen is then you're going to look like Skeletor or
Right.
like that
You mean
Red Death guy.
They do look like
They do.
a Red Skull.
Yeah, Red Skull. But like as soon as you're actually old, you're going to look so bad.
They look bad now.
They look bad now. They're just going to look even worse. Like it's bad enough to be an old lady without having
was gonna call
done
them
everything
scary.
possible to
Who
make
is
yourself
convincing
look worse
women to do this, and
older.
why do women think
I
it looks
don't
good?
understand that either.
Is there-
as a woman, do you understand this? Who is doing this?
Is there a celebrity promoting that? I only asked that because when I managed a tattoo shop for a long time, and we would constantly get waves of people coming in wanting the tattoo that a certain celebrity had. So like Rihanna had a tattoo.
Really? Why?
Everyone came and
I
wanted
would
the same
find that so
position.
weird.
It was weird. I thought so.
Because it's permanent. It's
right.
not like I'm gonna buy like the underwear that
the
Rihanna sells.
Kardashians were doing the butt implants. Everyone started doing that, So there's always somewhere.
Remember those people who were injecting cement into their butts?
I saw
and
the
then they were
stories.
like, "Oh, this hurts now," and it's
Someone
like
died.
that's because you put cement
Someone
in
died.
your butt.
Yeah, you're a road.
Yes, you're a road. Exactly.
This
There's
I think
so many good jokes to go with that comment.
This I think exemplifies women are competing with women. Women don't go to men and say, what should I wear? What looks good? They go to other women. And so there's that viral meme where some woman tweeted, male privilege is being able to wear the same thing every day and not having anyone care. And then this guy responds with, there is not a single man on the planet who cares if you wear the same cute dress twice in a row. It is other women who will get mad at you.
Do you remember though that Seinfeld where Jerry Seinfeld is going out with this girl who wears a two-tone dress and it's white on top and black on the bottom, and he meets her and she's wearing that dress, and then they go out for a date and she's wearing that dress, and then they go out again and she's wearing that dress, and then he's like, oh my goodness, why is she? I've never seen her in anything else other than this dress. And he goes over to her house and she spills something. He accidentally spills something on her so that she has to change her clothes, and then she's like, no, I don't even want to go at all. And as he's leaving, he goes, but don't you want to go out? Why do you keep wearing the same dress? And he never gets to know.
I don't think any guy actually. Now, I guess for a dress.
It's a good plot for a sitcom.
I mean, after 3 or 4 times,
Yeah.
it's weird for
It
sure.
was just the same dress.
Yeah.
I don't know that most guys would notice.
It wouldn't
if it was
bother.
if it was like a very.
I mean, it looks good on her, so why
But
would she even
if
care?
it was like a tie dye 80s pastel.
It's like I love Kamala Harris on it.
Yeah, and they wore it all the time. You'd notice. But like guys put on whatever, like you could just imagine what guys wear. It's probably like some like, I don't know, folded sleeves, button up, open with a t-shirt and a beanie or something. And then that's like all they wear.
I've seen that look. I've seen that look.
I don't know anyone who would do that every day.
But anyway, my point is, women go on Instagram, look at pictures of women, and say, I need to look like her. Erin Moriarty is looking at these other celebrities and thinking, I need to look like them. And guys are going, that's nasty.
It's like Ozempic face, too.
Ozempic face is weird.
Yeah. Isn't that kind of doing the same thing? It's like people taking Ozempic and they all get the same, like, sunken.
Oh, really?
And then they get their
face.
eyes, like, popping out like Graves' disease. It's weird.
The crazy thing is not just how it affects their facial features, but their voice, too. Because they talk like this, He-Man.
Do they?
With the Ozempic?
Because like Skeletor, they turn into Skeletor all of a sudden. Yeah. I wish that was the case.
They turn into Skeletor. Beastman.
Yeah, easy tell. Like, oh, they're on Ozempic. Skeletor voice. Yeah.
They just become Skeletor.
And
Skeletor,
then they break into
but wait,
the Batman
wasn't
dances.
Skeletor like ripped?
He's
yeah,
like skull ripped skeleton ripped.
No, but like he's super muscular, but his head is just the skull.
Yeah, 80s classic 80s cartoon physique. Yeah.
But anyway, I mean, I think when you look at social media, TikTok, this is the threat of algorithms mostly on women that men don't experience at the same degree. It affects depression rates. It affects even, we mentioned several times, the young girls who are developing Tourette syndrome from watching a girl on TikTok or on Instagram, whatever, with Tourette's. So I don't know what the solution is to this problem, but I suppose at the individual level, keep your kids off social media.
I think I'm the only person that goes on Instagram to relax because it's all, I have all like recipes and weird art projects and things that are like, you're okay, everything's fine. I'll be like, oh, good.
Well, that's nice.
Yeah,
My
that's
algorithm
it.
is
That's
just
all I
like
have on
war
Instagram.
and kill Tony.
I have none of that. Sometimes I get Dave Chappelle clips.
That's good.
Yeah.
You need the
lightens
laughter.
it up.
Dude, I hate Instagram. I absolutely hate it because they'll try to suggest things to you. Did you ever see those videos they'll send you where it's like they'll send you weird body stuff like a Q-tip being used or zits being popped and things like this? Has that happened to you guys?
No, I don't see
They
that.
send me that. I immediately block it and I block the account and I flag it and say, why did you send me that?
Yeah.
I watch skateboard videos, scootering videos, and Magic the Gathering and poker.
Right.
And those are the only things I click on. But what they constantly will put in my feed is going to be, rarely it's the weird stuff. Like recently they sent me one where it was like a parasite being removed.
Oh, my goodness.
And then, but they always send me hot chicks bouncing their butts and stuff like this.
Right.
I don't get any of this.
Well, they
Yeah.
know.
No parasites,
They know
no
you don't want that. They're like, Libby needs the recipes. Just keep her calm.
I get a lot of like, this is how you make vegan zucchini falafel. And I'll be like, that looks good.
I get a lot of these 4chan posts, the 4chan green text, because I love reading these.
Interesting.
And what it does is it tracks what you look at and how long you look at it. But what it also does is tries to mix things up because it wants to see if it sends you something else that's related, will you look at that or click on it? And so a lot of it's just like XKCD, like for me, skateboard videos, almost always skateboard videos. And then periodically, they just put like weird hot chicks doing stupid things. But that's probably because guys always click on that stuff.
I finally whittled my algorithm down to understand me, and it does get me. And it's like mostly Pantera videos now too, which I'm really proud of. A lot of Korn, a lot of metal, and it's live videos from back in the day or 90s hardcore. So I'm like, okay, we can coexist now. Instagram.
So check this out. This one is a ball, but it creates 2 new ones when it escapes until my PC crashes. You ever seen these?
Yeah.
I have no idea why it's sending me this. You guys want to hear a crazy story?
Yes.
Dude. So we went to, what is it, Apple Blossom Mall or whatever in Winchester? Is that what it's called?
No idea.
Alan's shaking his head, yes. And I don't play table tennis, ping pong. Never really played. I have no idea what the rules are. I've seen tables around. We've bounced the ball and played. And I was going there because I was trying to pick up some wheels for my skateboard. And we got there 10 minutes early. So Allison and I, we were just walking through the mall. And sure enough, in the back of the mall, there's table tennis. Neither of us said any words. Neither of us went, oh boy, into our phones. It's table tennis. How about we play a game? We literally just walked over. I had a yerba and I put it down. And then I grabbed the paddle. And then Allison went over, grabbed the paddle. And I was like, do you know the rules? And she's like, yeah, I think it's first to 21 or something. And I was like, I don't know. Okay, whatever. And then we played for about 5 minutes. And then I was like, okay, whatever. We're done. We walked away. later in the day, I open my Instagram, and it's recommending like 10 or 15 ping pong videos.
Yeah, I've had this happen.
Like, what?
Yeah, that happens.
And I opened it, and I put not interested. Why'd you send me that?
Stop spying on me.
It's because
Yeah.
it was listening.
Yeah, they're hearing
Listening
it.
to what? The sound of a table tennis game happening?
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't you think that the advertising algorithm has gotten that smart, where it can even geolocate you and be like, okay, he's here, this table's here, the sound is this, put it together. All right, send him the ad. You know, that's how it's going to be.
This is what's really creepy to understand is like when you go to Instagram and you refresh, what's happening is you as an individual don't matter. But 10 million people scrolling through all the videos and then choosing what they like is telling the AI what humans like, where, why. The data they're collecting, nuts. They're going to be like, in this region of the country, people sure do love this, like skateboarding. And they'll be able to map out what people like, and they'll correlate it to what's going on in that region.
They do that when they come out with they'll come out with little reports about what the top Google searches in all the states are.
Right. How
Which I
is it
always
legal?
click on that. Well, it's legal because we haven't passed any laws against it. That's why it's legal. Anything's legal unless we pass a law against it.
How do you regulate
part.
that?
But I've had things where I'll be thinking about socks, just thinking about socks, and then I go look at my phone for something not sock related, and it's just all socks.
Well, I think the algorithm is also psychic.
The algorithm.
Love raw milk. My
Yeah.
kids love it. Photo ops. She'll get all the covers of the magazines, and they'll sneak in all their
know what we
crazy
need?
ideologies.
I think we need a mass manifestation. Do you guys know what manifesting is?
I mean, yeah, it's how we got Trump to dodge the bullet.
We need vision boards. Okay, so everybody out there, you make a vision board, and what you want to do is
This sounds like an Oprah thing.
absolutely, and everybody gets a free car. You go on the AI and you make it print up Donald Trump winning 2024, and you put it on your vision board, and then every night you go to sleep, you just focus and concentrate, and then one day you're gonna wake up November 6th. You're gonna turn the TV on, and they're gonna say Donald Trump is the 47th president of these United States, and he's going to come out and he's going to say, Kamala, she was terrible. Nobody wanted her. So she lost, and it was really bad.
We did it, Joe.
And you're going to, a single tear will come down your cheek. And then there'll be a ring at your door, and you'll go, and there'll be a pizza man, and he says, Donald Trump has ordered everybody pizza.
Pizza Hut?
That's right.
That would
free
be
Pizza Hut.
amazing.
And
Don't you think
and they
it'd be
turn
Big
the
Macs?
pizza around, and you eat the crust first.
Probably
Big Macs.
He loves
Yeah.
McDonald's, yeah.
Big Macs.
He does love
Remember
McDonald's.
how everyone made fun of him for pandering when he had a bunch of McDonald's in the White House to celebrate the NBA championship? And it's like, no, that's literally his favorite food.
Oh, he loves
That's
it.
what he
I mean,
wants.
and it's like, yeah, all the athletes came by, and he had McDonald's everywhere, and he was really excited.
But he loved it.
But the athletes loved it too.
Yeah.
They're like McDonald's cheeseburgers.
It's
I'd-
cool to
I'd
eat
prefer
McDonald's
Taco Bell.
in the White House.
Yeah, agreed. Taco Bell's better. Doritos Locos Tacos. Now they have the Cheez-It Crunch Wrap. You guys see that?
Nope.
No.
It's a giant Cheez-It. And then they put,
I heard
Taco,
about
Taco Bell has like 4 ingredients,
Mhm.
and they just rearrange them in different ways and then sell them as different
And
products.
fry them a little different.
Yeah,
Now
I
let's
love
fry
it.
this piece now. Tomorrow
Yeah.
we'll fry the other
It's
kind.
crazy that they allow this stuff and they ban things like raw milk.
Right.
Yeah, like what do you have to?
blows my
what
mind.
loopholes do you have to go through with meat and stuff? Are there crazy rules out there you got to work with?
Yeah, absolutely. We have a USDA inspected facility, so we have a USDA inspector there 24/7, and his primary job is to make sure that the animal is healthy and doesn't have any disease. Also to inspect the cleanliness of the facility, which we spend up to 2 hours a day cleaning. But I think that it's important to realize that a lot of these farmers and ranchers actually know what they're doing.
Yeah.
They don't need some bureaucrat coming in and telling them how to raise their
You
cattle.
don't need a
or-
babysitter?
Yeah, but
Federal
don't you
babysitter?
Right.
guys- don't you
That's
guys
exactly what they are. They're
Yeah,
federal
for sure.
babysitters.
Don't you guys remember it was like in Oregon where all the lawmakers were like, we're legalizing raw milk, and they all cheers, drank it, and then the next day they were all sick?
No.
Yeah.
I've been drinking raw milk for 8 years. I love
Oh,
it.
you can't do that.
I love it. There's
can't-
loopholes, Tim. There's
If you
loopholes.
own, you buy a co-op. You buy a piece of the cow, and then if you own, a piece of the cow, you're allowed to drink its
In
milk.
West Virginia, or in Virginia and West Virginia, I forget. I think it's both. It's pet milk.
Yeah, in Maryland they have pet milk, and it says not for human consumption.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's like you go to the farm and you watch a guy be like, "I'll take one pet milk," and open it up and start drinking it.
I love it. I love raw milk. My
Yeah.
kids love it. it's the best.
But you should consider too. Pregnant women should talk to a doctor first. There are risks with unpasteurized milk and things like that. So expecting moms is very important.
Got to be careful. I will say my pregnant wife has had raw milk through 2 pregnancies now, and all good. The stuff you get in the supermarket. I mean, look at the difference in eggs from Chicken City. The eggs in the market, completely different. It's like from a different animal.
Yep.
Completely different color. The meat, you get from a
absolutely.
farm,
No, for
completely
sure.
different.
Yeah.
And that's why the state doesn't want you to have it, because it's actually good for you.
Correct. Yeah, I mean, one of the main differences, and this may be like too niche or detail-y, but one of the main differences between an operation like ours, where we, process local animals, and the grocery store meat, is that these big 4 packers, they don't let the meat hang and drain from all of the liquid.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So if you ever buy burger in a grocery store, it's super watery.
Yeah.
Because they're churning through these animals so quickly at such a high rate that they don't allow the liquid to drain and the humidity to drain. And so we have a minimum of 14-day hang. So all of the humidity is exposed from the animal.
That's like why when you look at a lot of like I'm thinking Korean barbecue recipes, you have to like rinse it and then let it drain.
Yeah.
To get
it's
all
probably
of
'cause
that
it's from the grocery
all of that
store.
stuff out. Yeah.
Did you have the farm pre-COVID, post-COVID?
Post.
Okay. I was going to ask if
Yeah.
you've seen any difference in people's. I'll let Tim go.
No, we're jumping to stories.
I was going to say, have you seen any difference in people's sensibilities towards getting supermarket as opposed to a local farm meat?
I think there's been an explosion of interest in the direct consumer because people don't trust the meat that they're getting in the store, and they shouldn't really.
Rightfully so.
Rightfully so. Yeah. I think it's only going to get more. And I encourage people all the time to go to find a local producer and support them, whether you do like half a cow once a year, depending on the size of your family. But I always encourage people to do that because these are the people that are feeding us every single day.
I want to say we are blessed out here at Freedomistan because you drive down the road and there's a farm property that has water running through it on a creek. And on the right day, when you are driving down through the trees, because you are in a deep wooded area, you will turn the bend and there is water, and there will be a cow, maybe 2, and a baby cow. And they'll be standing in the stream, drinking the water, and they might look at you.
I pull over and
it
say
is
hi.
wholesome. That's right.
I make my kids say hi. I love cows.
Yeah, they
I
walk
love
over to you. So there's so many out here. If you I'll ride by my bike and I'll stop, and then they'll just walk over and just stare at me as they're chewing the cud, and that's it. They don't do anything, and they're just standing there. But we are blessed. Let's jump to this story from Yahoo Sports. Angela Carini, Italian boxer in middle of gender firestorm, offers apology. All this controversy makes me sad.
Oh, boo-hoo.
Does anybody who was criticizing me the other day over my stance on this, how about you? How about you super chat me because I was right, and everybody who agreed with me, you don't have to because you already did. I said this. She had already offered an apology, or not an apology, but a statement of support for the male boxer, and then I said I will not support anyone, be it the woman in the ring or otherwise, who's defending males boxing women. And then I had these people being like, Tim's being hyperbolic and not really addressing the issue. I'm like, no, this woman outright said, I hope the male makes it to the end and is happy. And now you've got this. In a story published Friday, Angela Carini told Italian sports daily La Gazzetta dello Sport that she regrets not shaking Khalif's hand Thursday before leaving the ring. It wasn't something I intended to do. Actually, I want to apologize to her and everyone else. I was angry because my Olympics had gone up in smoke. Carini added that if she and Khalif met again, she would embrace her. So, well, there you go. Everybody immediately saw this fight as a female who didn't want to fight a male and was upset that she was fighting a male, so she bowed out. Then there were some questions about developmental sexual disorders and that Khalif, while male, may have been raised female, which changes very little about the issue that we're dealing with and is only exploited by people who want to allow males to fight. Carini initially didn't shake hands, pulled her hand away from the ref, bowed out after 46 seconds, and everybody ran to Twitter to say, I stand with her, I stand with her. 50 million retweets, hashtag I stand with Carini. She had said within an hour after this fight, I hope Khalif makes it to the end and is happy. And immediately I was like, okay, well, she doesn't get any support from me. I don't want to see guys boxing women. You know, I think that's bad. But all these conservatives were like, nope, 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 this poor woman. And now here she is. Thanks for all the money. And I can respect what Lauren Boebert was trying to do. But Lauren Boebert raised lots of money on her behalf. She's also going to be getting, I guess, what were you guys saying? That she's going to be getting the equivalent of first prize paid by
Yeah, who
Italy?
was saying that? Were you saying?
Ellen was saying it.
Yeah.
From the International Boxing, whatever the organization is, they were going to match her
Yeah,
loss.
it's like International Boxing Committee, IBC, if I'm not mistaken. Something like that.
So she'll be fine. She's going to get all the money she would have had anyway.
And then she comes out and she uses that support and that energy. And congratulations, you're now supporting someone who is advocating against your desires and against your wishes. And I was right. I don't know what to say. People didn't want me to be right or whatever. But here you go. Here's $63,638 pledged to a woman who is defending males boxing women. Why did conservatives just raise $60,000 for a progressive feminist who supports men and women's
They're
sports?
so quick to make a victim so that they can champion. Just like the left is so quick to make a victim that they can champion. It happens, and they're constantly doing this, and it's very aggravating.
Well, now we have this video from End Wokeness. It just happened again. Lin Yu Ting, a biological male, just won the women's boxing match. It's tough because a $100 bet netted you only $6. So I just really didn't care to bother to even bet, but it's free money. You know, it's free money. And there it is.
Impressive on the front and back foot. Lin Ting. She'll be to the quarterfinals.
That's a fella.
Job done.
That's a biological male.
It's just straight up, dude. The other one was
Looks like
you
a
know,
fella.
and
No, they
debate
all
it.
look fella-ish.
But here's the issue. They were ousted, these two fighters were ousted for failing a gender test of having male testosterone levels and XY chromosomes. The Olympics was like, well, their passport says female. And the argument is Algeria and Taiwan do not have transgender manipulation, so they're assuming it's some kind of developmental sexual disorder. I'm like, all of that is speculative nonsense. What's the official reporting? Biological males with male testosterone were shut out of the world championships for being male. And the Olympics said, we didn't check, we didn't test, we're going to assume it's fine.
It's like looking at the Wikipedia these days to make sure the person's boy or girl. You know, because
Yeah,
the
that's not gonna
Wikipedia has
do it.
been consumed by ideology, as has most of these states and governments.
Holy crap. Italy pays Olympic athletes $200,000 for a gold medal.
Wow.
Wow.
I wonder if she wanted to stay in for her dad.
Let me see. Yup. Here you go. Angela Carini to be awarded prize money by IBA despite Olympics loss to Iman Khalif. So they're saying it's going to be $50,000.
That's crazy.
Rewarding. It's a participation trophy.
Yeah, trophy culture.
Yeah.
Gender row. The IBA, which was stripped of its international recognition, said Carini would receive $50,000, her federation a further $25,000, and her coach an additional $25,000. So $100,000 awarded to her and between her and her team. I do not understand why they killed women's boxing, IBA President Umar Kremlev said. Only eligible athletes should compete in the ring for the sake of safety. I could not look at her tears. I am not indifferent to such situations. This is the same thing. This is the same thing as the conservatives. They're not giving her the money because she fought well or whatever. They're doing it because they're like, this poor woman was forced to fight a man. And now let's, where are we at? A woman who chose to fight the male, claimed she bowed out because her nose hurt too much, cried, and the assumption from everyone was that the man was too strong and she refused to fight because she didn't want to fight a man. And that's apparently, you can make up any story you want. The official narrative from Carini is her nose hurt, the punches were strong, so she dropped out. She then praised Iman Khalif. The next day apologized, said she would embrace her, had previously said that she hoped she makes it to the end. So why is she getting $111,313 Why is she getting $100,000?
I don't get it either. Also, has she never been punched in the nose before? I mean, she's a boxer.
Right.
Hasn't she had intensive fights before? She made it to the Olympics.
Right.
You'd think that she's been
first
in
time.
altercations.
She went right to the Olympics.
But this might have just been her first fight ever. You know,
straight shot.
I mean, I've been punched in the nose before, and I've never even been fighting anybody on purpose. You know what I mean? Like,
Do
I
tell.
stood up after. You know what I mean? Like,
So what? We got one. Cade super chatted because this is another talking point that there was never any real evidence of the XY chromosome test or whatever, and it's just like, listen. Live in whichever reality you choose. Is what do you call it? Reality buffet.
That's right.
The story is 2 fighters, Iman Khalif and Lin Yuting, were disqualified from the World Championships because they failed a gender test. Believe whatever you want to believe. They both look very masculine. I don't know. Believe whatever you want to believe. The idea that there's DSD is speculative. Nobody knows that. We don't know anything other than 2 fighters who had been previously disqualified for failing a gender test are competing in the Olympics, and there you go. That's it.
Yeah.
And I think it's fair to say, if someone is XY with male levels of testosterone, they don't get to be fighting in the women's division. That's just it. I don't know. What other criteria do you need?
Yeah, I agree with you.
Well, congratulations, conservatives. You keep this up, and we'll get more men in boxing. Carini is going to use that money and continue to publicly speak in support of men fighting women. So, there you go. Hope it was worth it.
Both sides are so desperate to have their victim that they just leap to these conclusions, and it doesn't matter. And it just spirals out of control. And it'll get worse. Like, I wonder what the next Olympics will have. More of this. Right.
More of this. And more trans. Definitely more.
And an even worse opening ceremony. It'll be in Los Angeles.
Right.
So,
Hollywood is going to get involved.
Right.
They have terrible ideas about everything.
Right. It'll be Scientology.
It's the Olympics in Los Angeles. It's going to be like 4th dimensional drag show. It's going to be like time
4th dimensional drag.
Yeah,
show.
they're gonna.
I like that.
Yeah, it's going to be wokeness times 10,000.
Yeah.
I don't know if it could get any worse.
Oh, it'll get
You don't
worse.
think so?
Have you ever seen a Lil Nas X video?
Oh my goodness.
Just wait for that.
No, him and Sam Smith, they get
Exactly.
together.
Jojo Siwa.
The whole, yes, of course.
Yeah. And Kamala.
You know what they're going to do? They're going to do live abortions right there in the Hollywood Bowl.
Honestly, don't give them that idea, Libby. They literally are taking that idea down seriously.
They're going to love it.
They're going to turn that into an Olympic sport.
They're going to simulate
with
it.
these people.
It'll
They're
be
so
a
sick.
dead drag baby.
Yeah, great.
Jeez.
Looking forward to that deranged spectacle.
Well, have you seen the fashion show where the individual was wearing an active abortion or whatever?
Yeah.
It was a mastectomy. It was a mastectomy.
An active.
Well, I thought there was a person that pulled something out of them.
What do you mean?
There was a fashion show where the person came out and they were like robotic hands cutting the breasts off.
Oh yeah, that's right. So imagine a lot of that marching down the street.
That's what
kids.
everyone.
It's kind of
wants
wild that they turned mastectomies into basically like getting your ears gauged.
Well, or like prior to ugly being the thing that everyone strove for, it was beauty, and part of beauty was having large breasts. So you had 16-year-olds were getting breast enhancements,
right,
which also is pretty evil.
Oh, they went
the
other direction.
Like,
The Erin Moriarty memes have not stopped. So do you guys remember the story? She's the actress who's in The Boys. She plays Starlight. And when she posted this photo of herself after what appears to be plastic surgery, a meme went viral of guys being like, why are women doing this to themselves? Because she looks terrible. And then Megyn Kelly mentioned it on her show. She gets super mad, takes her Instagram down, and she's like, I didn't get any surgery. I didn't get work done. It's just my contour. I got my contours done, makeup or whatever. But people then started posting time lapses of like the past few years. And it's like, yo, they're about plastic surgeons who are doing these videos on TikTok where they're like, no, she got buccal fat removal. She got this done. And then when season 5, was it season 5 they're on or 4?
They're on
season 4 of The Boys came out. That's when it was like, oh yeah, she got surgery. Like she can't even talk properly. Her face, like she talk.
Why do people do that to themselves?
They're keeping up with Instagram filters.
I have no idea.
Yes, I don't understand it. And also the buccal fat thing, like.
What is that?
That's like when you
It's
have
one of the most
fat removed in
disgusting
your
things I've
Jeep.
ever seen.
And what's going to happen is then you're going to look like Skeletor or like that
You mean
Red Death guy.
They do look like
They do.
a Red Skull.
Yeah, Red Skull. But like as soon as you're actually old, you're going to look so bad.
They look bad now.
They look bad now. They're just going to look even worse. Like, it's bad enough to be an old lady without having done everything possible to make yourself
Who is convincing
look worse
women to
and
do this, and
older.
why do women think
I
it looks
don't
good?
understand that either.
Is there-
As a woman, do you understand this? Who is doing this?
Is there a celebrity promoting that? I only asked that because when I managed a tattoo shop for a long time, and we would constantly get waves of people coming in wanting the tattoo that a certain celebrity had. So like Rihanna had a tattoo.
Really? Why?
Everyone came in
I
wanted
would
the same
find that
position.
so weird.
It was weird. I thought so.
Because it's permanent. It's
right.
not like I'm going to buy like the underwear that
The
Rihanna sells.
Kardashians were doing the butt implants. Everyone started doing that, you know. So there's always somewhere.
Remember those people who were injecting cement into their butts?
I saw
and
the
then they were
stories.
like, "Oh, this hurts now," and it's like,
Someone
"That's
died.
because you put cement
Someone
in
died.
your butt."
You're a road.
Yes, you're a road. Exactly.
This
There's
I think
so many good jokes to go with that comment.
This I think exemplifies women are competing with women. Women don't go to men and say, "What should I wear? What looks good?" They go to other women. And so there's that viral meme where some woman tweeted, "Male privilege is being able to wear the same thing every day and not having anyone care." And then this guy responds with, "There is not a single man on the planet who cares if you wear the same cute dress twice in a row. It is other women who will get mad at you."
Do you remember though that Seinfeld where Jerry Seinfeld is going out with this girl who wears a two-tone dress and it's white on top and black on the bottom, and he meets her and she's wearing that dress, and then they go out for a date and she's wearing that dress, and then they go out again and she's wearing that dress, and then he's like, "Oh my goodness, why is she? I've never seen her in anything else other than this dress." And he goes over to her house and she spills something. He accidentally spills something on her so that she has to change her clothes, and then she's like, "No, I don't even want to go at all." And as he's leaving, he goes, "But don't you want to go out? Why do you keep wearing the same dress?" And he never gets to know.
I don't think any guy actually. Now, I guess for a dress,
It's a good plot for a sitcom.
I mean, after 3 or 4 times,
Yeah.
it's weird for
It
sure.
was just the same dress.
I don't know that most guys would notice.
It wouldn't
if it was like a very.
I mean, it looks good on her, so why
But if
would
it
she
was
even
if
care?
it was like a tie dye '80s pastel,
It's like I love Kamala Harris on it.
yeah, and they wore it all the time, you'd notice. But like guys put on whatever, you know, like you could just imagine what guys wear. It's probably like some like, I don't know, folded sleeves, button up, open with a t-shirt and a beanie or something, and then that's like all they
I
wear.
wonder where you'd
I've
come
seen
up
that
with
look.
that.
I've seen that look.
I don't know anyone who would do that every day.
But anyway, my point is, women go on Instagram, look at pictures of women, and say, "I need to look like her." Erin Moriarty is looking at these other celebrities and thinking, "I need to look like them," and guys are going, "That's nasty."
It's like Ozempic face too.
Ozempic face is weird.
Isn't that kind of doing the same thing? It's like people taking Ozempic and they all get the same like sunken.
Oh, really?
You know,
And then they get
skeletal
their
face.
eyes like popping
crazy
out like
thing is-
Graves' disease. It's
The
weird.
crazy thing is not just how it affects their facial features, but their voice too. Because they talk like this, He-Man.
Do they?
With the
Yeah.
Ozempic,
Because like
really?
Skeletor,
kidding.
they turn into Skeletor all of a sudden. Yeah.
would believe
I wish that was the case.
They turn into Skeletor. Beastman.
Yeah, easy tell. Like, oh, they're on Ozempic. Skeletor voice. Yeah.
They just become Skeletor.
And then they
Skeletor,
break into
but
the
wait,
Batman
wasn't
dances.
Skeletor like ripped?
He's
he's like
Yeah, but also
skull ripped.
skull-
All right, you ready to pick up that phone? You got to pick it up on like half a ring. Ah, shit. Oh. Alright, dude, if I do it, like if I call, can you pick up in half a ring? Actually, call me. I think that would be the safer way, no? What am I getting? That Alex Jones gravelly voice? You just fucking hear that? Oh, what the hell? The Alex Jones voice was just going there. Yeah. I'll be next to my phone and then I'm gonna go to bed.